storytelling traditions to national and international audiences. As an actor, M.K. Raina has delivered memorable performances in acclaimed films such as 27 Down, Genesis, Rab Ne Bana Di Jodi, Tare Zameen Par, Ek Ruka Hua Faisla. And as a theatre director and filmmaker, Raina sir has been associated with experimental and socially engaged productions that explore themes of identity, displacement, memory, and human resilience. A Sangeet Natya Academy awardee, Mr. M.K. Rana is also an influential cultural activist who has tirelessly advocated for artistic freedom, cultural preservation, and community engagement through theatre. Most welcome, sir. I would also like to warmly invite Mr. Bharatlal, sir. Uh, Mr. Bharatlal joined General of the National Human Rights Commission, NHRC, India. And he's been a very, very voice and ensuring safety of sanitation workers. Tarsi sir has worked as Director General at the National Center of Good Governance and the apex institution of the governance and public policy. Prior to joining the NCGG, he was also working as Secretary to Lokpal of India, the anti-corruption body of the country. He has also worked as a Founder Mission Director, National Jal Jeevan Mission, a flagship program started in August 2019 to ensure clean tap water to more than 190 million rural households in the country. He has a long experience of working in the water and sanitation sector, including massive infrastructure creation. In Gujarat, he set up WASMO, which is one of the most unique agencies working across rural Gujarat to ensure clean tap water and improved sanitation to every home. This work was also awarded United Nations Public Service Award, the KPM Award, and Prime Minister's Civil Services Award for Excellence in Public Service. Mr. Bharatlal has focused on elimination of poverty, improving quality of life, and enhancing ease of living. Since March 2020, he has also worked in the core team managing COVID-19 pandemic caused by the coronavirus in the country. So thank you so much for coming out of your very, very hectic schedule. And I'll invite Manvita to present about our work and we'll talk about why we are here today.
Sure. Thanks, Meghna, for the introductions and starting the session. We're very delighted that all of you have been able to make it. It is a busy day and time is short and the work is a lot. And thanks for making it. Sanitation work, as Meghna also mentioned in the beginning, is a very contentious issue. A lot needs to happen, but there are some things which have happened over last decades. And a bit of Novel Management Center, we've been a bootstrapped non-profit organization working, and our tagline is making cities work for everyone. So everyone, when a city is there, city is not for a selected few, and we all know it. There are people, there are margins, people living in the margins, and that's a challenge for our cities, whether it's gender roles or whether occupational margins, there are issues. And city has to be for everyone, and with that motive, we've been constantly working since I think 28 plus years now. So when we started the work, and that goes back to 2013, when the second avatar of the Manual Scavenging Act, which is popularly known as the Pelser Act, came in. And the municipal commissioner called us because our headquarters is in Ahmedabad. He called us and said, well, the act has come. As urban local bodies, we're supposed to do ABC. Would you be able to give us a blueprint of the ABCs to be done by the city government? Because the act is an act. What are the action items? Again, as technical organization, technocrats in Ahmedabad, we decided to kind of dissect the act and see what can happen. And that was the beginning of our actual technical in-house work, with starting from AMC's work, and then later when the Gates Foundation had with Sakshi and Madhu too, and I'm very happy Sakshi you could make it to the meeting to get be hearing her as well. When we started work with them, that was our real inroads into the nuances of what happens or does not happen in that space. And Odisha was a state which was chosen. I fondly remember the then Principal Secretary, G. Mathivatnan sir, was very forthcoming and actually gave us a challenge that you all come and meet us, but would you like to work on sanitation issues and the work around it? That sure, we would be ready to do it. And we started innovating, thinking about, and I'll take you through some of our learnings then. Uh, Madam Usha Patiji, she joined in year and a half back, and she's continued the support through Garima program, and she'll be speaking to you as well in much more detail. So I'll not touch upon those points. Um, so our journey as sanitation workers until now, many of you know because we have a group of people who are enlightened. But a quick recap so that we can focus on it. It started in 1993. The first Employment of Manual Scavengers and Construction of Latrines Act came in, after which in 2007 about rehabilitation of manual scavengers, SRMS, had been declared. 2011, socioeconomic caste census came in. About 18,000 workers were engaged then in sanitation work. The definition was a bit unclear though, and a caste census was not accepted by most of the ministries then. So there were ambiguities, and we can talk about it more. In 13, the new avatar came in as prohibition of employment as manual scavengers and their rehabilitation. There are a lot of changes from 93 to 2013. There were some definitional changes which I'll bring to your notice as well. Then again, a census was undertaken as manual scavengers. A survey was undertaken between 2013 and 2018. There were issues as well, but nevertheless, it was attempted. And notice, because if you want to solve a problem, you have to accept the problem first. And that was a big step, according to us. In 2020, then, as I said, the challenge was given by the Odisha government and said we would be happy to experiment, take your advice, and take it forward. So, with foundation support, Urban Management Center worked with Odisha HUDT department in a very significant scientific way, step by step, on how do you really get into. And it has become actually there's a publication called Garima's Story, which you can pick up and understand a blueprint of if we want to replicate in other states, which needs to be done, by the way, and that we can talk about it much more. And then the same idea was picked up by Tamil Nadu. And we have a speaker, our joint secretary from Tamil Nadu also joining us in a bit, talking about sanitation workers development scheme, followed by national now a NAMASTE scheme. So you can see experiment in Odisha, replicated in Tamil Nadu, nationally now replication. There are issues, and we can talk about it when we discuss much more, but at least there's some intention, not fully, but there is some intention, and now it's kind of being taken forward by the rural ministry or the DDWSS SOPs and all. So this is a conversation, it's an ongoing dialogue, and hence we are here. So not all sanitation work is illegal. That's what we wanted to bring to your notice, but some practices are strictly prohibited. And there is a distinction, and the Act makes a distinction now: manual scavenging and hazardous cleaning, for which there has been litigations, etc. But for now, there are two such definitions, and manual scavenging, the country has said, is eliminated, but hazardous cleaning undergoes, and it is continuing. Now, under the Pansara Act, what is manual scavenging? Is handling of human excreta from insanitary latrines, open drains, pits, railway tracks. It is when the bare hands come in contact with human excreta and without protective equipments. Yeah. Hazarded cleaning refers to entry into sewer and septic tanks and manholes or machine holes now um, without safety protocols, PP or mechanization, and where there is risk of toxic gases, suffocation, injury. So these are under the Pansara Act. We've seen along with that fatalities continue. And most fatalities, this is a tracker which we've been maintaining. However, I'll put a caveat here that these are um, from the media reports. Now, there are issues with media reporting because sometimes journalists are not also equipped to understand the nuances between all of these. So, with that caveat, these are fatalities we've tracked from 2020 to 2026 March, about total incidences 170. But you would also notice here that there are multiple fatalities in one instance. One person goes, second person goes to save, and third person also sometimes. There are three people involved into an act of sanitation cleaning of sewer or septic tank, and that's unfortunate. And you would also see some of that description as part of the film as well. Most deaths, has been reported and are seen, are also in the states in dark blue. Now, one again caveat here: maybe the reporting is better or the incidences are better. One has to, check. Not that the lighter blues are not uh, getting into it, but there are issues, and this is for our discussion today. Now, understanding the act and what emerges from the ground, there are five major job roles which we've tried to define, and that has been now accepted by the central ministry as well, the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment. Emptying of septic tank, yeah, which is a septic tank, and when you empty it, and a lot of our cities are dependent on on-site sanitation, which is dependent on septic tanks. Sewer network maintenance. There's some cities, about 34% of our cities have sewer network, and they are blocked and choked and da da da. And when you really want to clean them, unfortunately, because we don't have machines, and either machines are not well designed, or they're not available, or they're too expensive. Human life is not so expensive, unfortunately, and so people go in and they clean. That's how it. That's the second job role. The third job role is also drain cleaning, which are open drains. A lot of cities have open drains for the need for actually stormwater. But since we don't have good stormwater and the sewer network, a lot of black water comes into the drains. Now, these nalas or drains also carry fecal matter. When people get into it monsoon or post monsoon to clean so that the stormwater can move, they come in contact with fecal matter. That's the third job role. The fourth job role is operation and maintenance of wastewater treatment plants. If not given protective gears, if not handled properly, they do come in contact with fecal matter. And the last one is community and public toilets. We know how horribly our public toilets are maintained. And so these are possible areas, may not be fatal enough, but they are places where you come in contact with fecal matter. And so five job roles have been established, discussed, and now accepted, which is a big step in the acceptance of it. So now, our understanding, our learning, and what we could do as an organization working with the governments, because we strongly believe that we can never replace the government, but we can stand with them to make changes what is required. Sometimes governments don't have time to think through, and so technical support is required and should be made available. Invisibility of sanitation workers. Who are them? Where do they live? It's a job mostly done in the night, unfortunately, because nobody wants to identify themselves as sanitation workers because it is unclean. Yeah. And they're not doing by choice. That's one another aspect. It's invisible. They're invisible. People don't want to see that. Second is occupational hazards are associated with it. There is financial insecurity, weak enforcement, and lack of social safety net. So, for invisibility, how did we approach? We did door-to-door surveys, and I would emphasize here that a lot of surveys had happened earlier. And so, trusting us as an organization, who would trust us, right? Why are you coming? Again, one more survey, what are we getting at the end of it? We fortunately worked with Safai Karmachari Andolan, and their workers helped us to get inroads into communities. We did community meetings and had an app so that it is transparent, anybody can see it and the whole process of it. And we'll talk about how technology helps into creating accountable and transparent systems. Inclusion of informal workers was extremely difficult. And I would still say we haven't been there 100%. We've tried a lot. Most workers are formal. There is scope to improve. Getting to informal workers is a difficult challenge, but we realize this. We've done a lot, however, and it can include more workers as well. And these workers do multiple job roles. So that is also another challenge which people shift, people move from one job to other, etc. And that has to be, so it's a dynamic process. Digital surveys were undertaken, QC. So the first time, once the survey is done, the quality check is done, and then protocols set in for later to be given benefits, social security, etc. In the card, in Odisha case, we call it Garima card or SWDS in Tamil Nadu, and now the Namaste card, which gives them identity. And you will hear stories about it, how valuable they think. Occupational hazards are ideally, we should be doing mechanization 100%. There's no doubt about it. We cannot afford human life. And if we can send people to the moon and the Mars or whatever planets, solve this issue. I mean, it should be easy, right? It's a country of scientists, it's a country of people who matter. But how do we not solve this issue? I just can't get it. But so, mechanization. Second is, if you have to, unfortunately, because our drains are not designed well, our systems are not there yet. So emergency response units were supposed to be created by cities or district level. And that has to be, these guidelines are actually written as confined space entry. If you're supposed to go in, do at least ABC. And that's what we've tried to do. We've created an training ecosystem. We've created models. If you've seen the pictures, a model where a simulation of a septic tank or a sewer system is there. What kind of gases are there? So this, and again, training sanitation workers who are already in the job role. They know the best, but they don't know what gases are there, how does it affect their health. And so we've done the whole rigor, and Odisha government has been extremely forthcoming, allowing us to do this experimentation, build this, and train 115 cities, all their workers and their staff members. And hence, probably in the last 4 years, you've seen no fatalities in urban Odisha, and we're really proud about it. This has to be nationally now replicated. Model contracts. Unfortunately, sanitation workers are given contracts, but they can't really read. The contracts are in English or even in other vernacular languages, but it is a challenge. So we try to make a pictorial contract, easy to understand, etc. Also, when we train them, all the training ecosystem has been very, very made easy for semi-literate or illiterate workers and getting them to learn. Empanelment of private sanitation service organization, PSSOs, because these are the organizations in most states. It is probably the government is doing partly, but in Tamil Nadu and many such states, it is also a private sector organization who take the outsourced work. So empanelment of that, training of that is also becomes very important. Providing of PPs, regular health checkups, and lounges for workers has also been part of the work. The other important part is the financial insecurity which workers face. As part of the wage revisions, we've been able to work with the Odisha government in kind of getting the inclusion of septic and the sewer line workers as highly skilled work. What they know, nobody else can do it. So they are actually skilled. And why don't we recognize and so the wage scales have to be adjusted, and hence we could work with them on that. And the Labor Department in Odisha and also now Tamil Nadu have been to unlock that and accept that it is now a skilled work. About health insurance has also been made available, the coverage as a group insurance, and that has really helped workers when fatalities happen. The employer management system, which is a digital payment for workers, is in progress, and that has to be made available, that direct benefit transfer happens to them. There are also issues such as when the entitlements are to be provided. The families of workers did not know whether their a family member who has probably died and what are the entitlements from them. That plus other entitlements for the children and the spouse and the other members of the sanitation ecosystem are given. So the national and the state schemes are also made available. So that has been a work through our Suvidha Sakhi as a tool. The women groups, now here we got convergence between self-help group women, and they would go house to house, make them understand these are your eligibility, and that's how the women groups have been made available as a facilitator to these sanitation workers' families. There's a lot to be done. However, a few points which we can replicate across states, and this is my last slide to emphasize on what needs to happen. What are the convergence efforts across ministries which we need to bring in? One is between urban ministry and the MASTE, the social justice and empowerment, where we've been already working with them, but the convergence at various levels, including mechanization, telling city governments to buy appropriate machines needs to happen. It is partially on way, but the full need to tell the city governments is not there, because the ULBs will listen to the urban ministry much more than the social justice ministry, and that sensitivities we have to take into account. The other is with both ministries with skill development and entrepreneurship. You need to build a training ecosystem, and all these three ministries have to come together to deliver it. The other is the ecosystem of training the officials, because once you're training the workers is one part of the story. The other part of the story is sometimes insensitive, unfortunately, our officials as well. So that ecosystem needs to be strengthened. The other is the labor and empowerment, where you need to work on wage revisions, etc. And that is our one of the recommendations, to work with Labor Ministry and then Health Ministry to be able to give the benefits as PMGI to all the workers. And ultimately, the Ministry of Education for their children. We've been able to do some in Odisha, I guess, and we can talk more about it in the presentations coming up. There are few other regulatory measures for worker safety needs to be strengthened, like a recognition and incentivization of cities and states. basically working on even design of septic tanks under the 2470 standards. And our septic tank design from anything between 3 feet to 20 feet also creates a problem, and the design needs to happen. Though the CPHO and civil engineering department, everybody would know what kind of designs we do, but who is implementing it? Who's going and checking? Who's the person actually giving the permission for that? And safe contracting and the PSSOs empanelment is another challenge. Your private sector operators are not in your mindset sometimes to work with them, so that needs to happen. And your ESRU, which is the emergency response unit, needs to be set up. Guidelines are already there, but city governments are still not totally convinced on what to do. And last, grievance redressal. So these are aspects which we would really bring to the notice. So, and now I'll hand over to Meghna back. You can take your flow forward. Thank you.
Thank you. I think thanks for setting the context, Manata. I think that was a very comprehensive I think context. May now request Paratla sir to please give his special address. So you can also speak from there, or if you would like to come here, whatever is fine.
No, that's fine. Then we should go through it. Yeah, that's all. Good afternoon to everyone. Manataji, Raina Saab, and dear friends. Indeed, it's a privilege. It's nice to be here with you. That you have taken up a very, very fundamental subject. And as you all know, the National Human Rights Commission, of course, mandate is that we are in business of protecting and promoting human rights of each and every individual. But needless to say that focus has to be the most vulnerable, most marginalized, most deprived section of society. And I think if you start counting such people, I think manual people involved in manual scavenging, I think they are at the very top. I think it's a travesty of justice that even today, first thing I'm not very sure that every year how many people are dying. And that itself is a problem. But if let's say average 45, 46, whatever number you take, I have no hesitation in saying that I think it's honest. Because A is a very double whammy. We have an active principle of state policy. It's the job of the government and its institution to ensure dignified life of every. So A, we are unable to provide them dignity, but most important is, I think, very, very sad currently that we put them in a situation as a society where such people basically they lose their life and what for? Those 2 weeks. Those 2 weeks. And if you see the data, most of the sanitation workers, as you know, they come from scheduled castes, very few scheduled tribe and backward classes, but almost 68, 68, 9% come from scheduled castes. So I think we have to see this problem. Okay. Second thing, I think let me congratulate and compliment Urban Management Center and Mamita Madam and her colleagues that they have taken this topic. And I think this conversation has moved from margins to the center. I think it's a good thing that you brought this conversation to Delhi. And I wish that more government officials, policymakers, they should have been here and they should have heard it. But I think I make this appeal to all of you that keep this voice, this flame burning, this keep voice, and this thing people will listen. You know, two, three things I would like to say that let me also on this occasion uh, convey NHRC sincere gratitude Raina for taking up this subject and making this documentary. And we'll be certainly taking up this documentary. I'll having talk and from NHRC side, we would like what people should see it. That's the basic purpose. So I request a round of applause for Raina Father. Let's keep this one. Room. Very specific. 14 point pursuit and life that is and very first, with the secure of data and survey. Or second, very specific direction that we give. As a result, government of India started saying, funding everything. And that we have started, we started monitoring actually every month we used to monitor sort of like this. Very interesting. And you will find that all the machines have been purchased. And we start to for data usage. So usage X is state, all these machines have purchased. This new we started going to on that okay that body despite this machine being there with its failures. And then a very, very simple thing that as a mission right now, so said, people take some exam. So it's a practical responsibility to that you the subject, not sure how you are, that is your this. If you are engaging contractor, you have to ensure that ungathered sound mechanization, all this thing has to be. So my request is that this, today I think this one subject you might be focused on is how this sense of responsibility and how it is a big drill on each and every individual person. We started, we have to just develop the system. I think over 50 years you percent. At this ceremony, in this country, anywhere, it gets invested. This is not being changed. Anywhere invested, it changes. In 24 hours, mandatory. In case of death, within 48 hours, it has and discuss. We have these two stages, this stage, and this kind of. That if any illness whose responsibility is a second stage, then the second or third stage. But the very first stage, that is any death is completely already down to city. I think we have to authority, it's a responsibility that we should. But until this data, you understand, finding solution. So this one part I will this kind of what we discuss this thoughts also, reports. But I think this, I mean, just imagine that I was part of that kind of project in the government. Now, the importance of sanitation so well, so well. And when I would answer continuously, consistently for last 10 11 years, we have been advocating to the extent that just to raise the file of sanitation for the those things, just the home and just the free time. So my question is that if they should not be very episodic expenses, how we have to work that this becomes a kind of general. That is first. I think at the solution, yes. There are skills. There are skills. And to see the sanitation, I think that we share this part for the then you can first have the strong. So we have to understand that what supplies that's the basic understanding. So I think logic, I'm very simple logic that this company should have announced large type of supply first sanitation. That was a bit more sensitive kind of superficial, is more sensitive. Because understood. Many parts of experience of it makes whatever one you have to connect is to it and deeply unfortunately still we have and use technology that all these rainfall can be collected from here. So you are collecting it on surface. And I think none of this is really that any water which has legal matter and that somebody treats it and give you about drinking and we are able to drink. So the basic premise, the basic logic is that if you want tap water supply, there is no choice that you have to improve sanitation, you have to stop purification. And with this logic, such my mission was launched first, that in next 5 years, first you clean your surface, collect water cleanly, store it cleanly, then treat it and use it efficiently. I think if this is the top priority for the whole nation, the people involved in management of that, I think they have to be treated with dignity. And to me, National Human Rights Commission, as you understand, right to life mean, right to life mean, it's not only just breathing. Right to life means living with dignity. And if dignity we are unable to ensure, I think it's fundamentally it's a violation. But I think this thing we have to accept it. We have to work at it. Second, one more thing is that lot of funding is going on in various states, and many states are doing like Odisha or Michigan. Many states are doing very good work actually. But somehow this culture, and I would say again, that fatalities of sanitation workers should not be seen in isolation. Should not be seen. This overall, atmosphere, that sanitation is secondary, tertiary, or something like that kind of work. No, it has to be brought up. Sanitation is the primary work actually that we have. They are the primary frontline workers. And during COVID, I had I don't know, good or misfortune was in that committee, and day in and day out were involved in this. We realized the importance of no sanitation worker. So I think this part we have to understand, and we have to. This advocacy has to be done. This advocacy has to be done. That sanitation worker are genuinely treated as frontline, workers, and then on their rehabilitation, they're improving that like that investment we have to make that part. Thirdly, what we are saying that, as I said, this data reporting system, I think to me is the most critical part. Most critical part, if we are able to, we want to set the house in order, and we can that uh, we also see that in many cases actually people are going to high courts, Supreme Courts, but with public interest litigation and all those things. But let me just share with you and assure you that when it comes to manual scavenging or any death or injury in septic tank or sewer tank, invariably National Human Rights Commission takes sumo to cognizance. He get this newspaper or somewhere, anywhere, social media and all this thing. And let me give just a few examples actually. Like last year, 2024 in Mumbai, we took this, that some drainage line was cleaned manually. It is got news. We said no, that is not unacceptable. Or in Northwest Delhi, actually, one worker died in Ashok Vihar. We took immediately, similarly in Tirupur, Tamil Nadu, in Lucknow, in New Haryana, just recently, actually, two workers died, cleaning some house. I mean, this. So we are taking. More importantly, we have issued in 2021 actually the advisory, National Human Rights Commission. Basically, it is more in consonance with the better Supreme Court judgment, and I think that we are following it is implementation. But last point from my side is that this appeal has to go to Ministry, MOA, and of course Department of Drinking Water and Sanitation House. That some kind of database or usage of all mechanized robots or vending fruit or whatever this thing. Its usage data should be there. I'll tell you one very interesting example, and if some research students are here, especially in science and technology, 10 years back, prior to that, just that universities or IITs or AIMS, actually, after completion of my graduation, I came to AIMS actually, and I was doing my work there, research work. These individual professors are project investigators. They will get fund approved from Government of India for research grant. It will have capital component also. Okay. But it is such a personal property to use to be that next professor or student with next professor, they can't use it. They can't use it. In fact, that one experience I had that in our Odisha medical sciences, those time at TEAS, first time high performance liquid chromatography HPLC machine came, and you won't be log key. And I was attending with my second professor, I couldn't use it. And in fact, I used to go to IT Delhi, have some friends, and there I used. So in 2014, when the government came, when we immediately started working that everybody who has been sanctioned any project from by any department, whatever the machinery equipment you are having, you have to put on this database and its usage. It will open to everybody. It will not be your personal property. That is the personal property of that body. Similarly, all these machines, all these robotics, all these bandicoots, or whatever you are having, to me the most important part is usage. And in today's era, some sensor-based device can be put in that, this usage can be found. And if the machine had been given in that state, that municipal body, despite that death is taking place, I think fixing responsibility and enhancing accountability, it is going to be a great. So once again, thank you for having me here, and it's a privilege to share my thoughts. I have a good fortune of working in this sector many a times. Actually, I started in 1997 with Government of India. I went to Odisha. There also, again to Government of India, I got the opportunity. Again, after 3 years, shifted in this sector. So off and on, I have been working. And in fact, 2004, this was it was mentioned 2002, but more importantly, in 2004, before JNU came. So I was given the responsibility and developed Gujarat urban renewable missions. We set up benefits because without let me tell you, we all have seen different parts of this country and world. Until and unless you don't improve your these basics, you don't improve your environment, not possible to have development. That is the curse. If you are living in a filthy city, filthy river, filthy park, road, and filthy homes, then don't call yourself a person or a developed person or this for. So to me, and I believe it, this is a core function. This is a core responsibility, it's collective responsibility. And I assure you on behalf of the National Right Commission that we are always there. In fact, we are always with civil society, with NGOs, we working together with academic institutions. That's our job. That's our job. Any complaint comes to us, we don't expect that a person will come or land will come or somebody will take it. Prima facie, we believe that if somebody is complaining that my human right has been violated, yes, we believe, let's investigate it, let's do it. Yeah. That is the approach. So once again, thank you for this partnership, working together, and we are always with you in this endeavor, and I'm sure that we will contribute much better and more effectively to the quality of life. So thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, especially I think bringing out the whole need for systemic reforms in data reporting as well as dignity, I think, which is also equivalent to when we talk about safety of workers. So of course we should work together and see that this work can be scaled up nationally and that really we can achieve zero fatality in sanitation work, sir. Can I request my colleague Rashmi to please present a small memento to sir? I'd now like to invite, please come. Welcome, ma'am. I'd now like to invite Sakshi Budwani from the Gates Foundation. Sakshi leads the water sanitation and hygiene portfolio at the Gates Foundation. The Gates Foundation has been at the forefront, really helping develop the FSSM ecosystem across the country. And along with that, FSSM ecosystem also focus on the people behind sanitation.
Share what people desire.
The Gates Foundation has provided us with the much needed catalytic support to continue with this work. Sakshi's work has supported partnerships across government, philanthropy, civil society to advance safer and more equitable sanitation ecosystems. Thanks so much for coming, Sakshi.
Thank you, Meghna Malvika, for having me here. I've been working alongside you. Actually, I shouldn't say working alongside you. I've known about this work since we supported it back in 2018, 2019, when Odisha government was thinking about Garima. And I truly want to say we've come a long way. There's a lot of good work that's happened. I have personal pride, even though I'm here representing the Gates Foundation, but I have personal pride in this work. But there's a lot we need to do. And I know Sir just left, but I was nodding vehemently on some of the things that he shared. Um, I know we're focusing on zero fatality, and that should be a very clear focus. There's one more thing I want to add, and I know it's complex and complicated, but since we're doing this as a moonshot, we might as well. I think the large population is missed out. We're only right now, which is a big deal, but we're only recognizing the formal sanitation workers. Uh, Most of this work, as we know, happens in the informal sector, through contractors, private sector, ecosystem, and there's no accountability there. So um, I want to put this as a problem statement for all of us, including myself, that we need to figure out how to include that population. I'm very happy to see a woman represented in the sanitation worker safety figure, because there are women sanitation workers. Again, one more layer of vulnerability. But invisible workers, yeah, informal workers means invisible, which means more vulnerability, and hence we should figure out something better to do. In the world of AI and all of these big technical words that we all throw out, I'm sure there's a way to figure this. Um, the one thing I feel that we need to work towards is to make sure that there is salience for this topic, because it's an unsolved problem, but it can only be solved if we put in an effort in a continuous basis. There's a lot that Odisha has shown, Namaste has shown, government of Tamil Nadu has shown. And I actually want to thank you, sir, because documentaries like yours will help us get eyeballs on this issue, and has this issue will continue to have salience in the minds of policy makers and decision makers, and that's what we need. We need the political will. We need someone at the top saying that sanitation workers are actually the most important professional frontline workers, and they need protection and dignity. And if that attention is there, I feel all the enumeration tools, all the convergence tools, everything that you have created will suddenly be effectively used. Because if political will is missing, nothing's going to happen. You saw that in Officer. You saw that. And hopefully this will continue, and this is where we need the documentaries, we need the communication and narrative. We also need the data. So I'm hoping that one thing I'm taking back from his talk is how do we make sure that the data is collected, used to inform policymakers. Media should play its role, not under report. And we have to solve this problem, and we cannot get to Viksit Bharat on the back of invisible labor and preventable fatalities. So, but thank you very much.
Thank you, Sakshi. Thanks so much. And I think the support that Gates Foundation has really provided us has been very, very important in this work. I know you have to also leave in a bit, so can I request Xerxes to please give Sakshi a small token of thank you. I would now like to request Raina sir to say a few words about the film and then no, you can you can say as much as you want, sir.
Hello. 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 Is it working? Yeah. Okay. Actually, the discussion has gone into completely tangent where we are making our film. But why I am in this film, why I'm in this August, or mostly I'm with before theatre people, filmmakers, technicians, we talk of culture, we kind of I talk of authors, we talk of new ideas of creativity. For me, it just happened. Was working on an assignment at IIT Ahmedabad. And I had little time, and naturally you go into the town and meet your theatre fraternity. And I knew a great theatre person, Hasmukh Baradi. I visited and had been, he was dedicating a big seminar on my teacher who was his friend, and I was speaking there. And then I went to his place and I saw he has made a fantastic studio theatre, which is a rare in India. Nobody. Then I thought, who is made it? Because the measurements and to see the aesthetic quality and all kinds of technicalities what a performing space should have, which is a rare in this country. We are no theatre architects, zero. So it was his daughter, and who was a theatre person also, and that is her. And I started, I said, I must contact. He had passed away by years, and then I contacted her and she said, you come over. There's a theatre festival and come and watch the plays. And after some time, she said, how much time do you have? I said, I have some hours in between. Why don't you do something for us also? I said, well, only we want to use you. So I said, but I live miles away. He says, we will arrange your transport or driver will pick you up. So I worked with them, but I didn't know what she is doing. For me, she was an architect making buildings, and which I don't like. Most of Indian architecture, I always say from 1947, which is the greatest architecture in India has ever made. These 75 years, there's nothing there. And she took me to her office. And I said, what is this office? Something. And I got intrigued and I started talking to her. And when they talked about the sanitation workers, my work, personally, my work in theatre, documentaries, or work with as a cultural activist, has always been my pain for the subaltern, inequality. And my plays are people sometimes tell me are political, but I can't help it. Equality is all about politics, nothing else. And when I saw there is a collaboration, it is possible that you can contribute in this. And she said, they told me all their things. We do this, we do that. I don't know what point. She said, why don't you make a film together? I said, all right, but we don't have much money. We have just little money. I said, okay, we'll do. I have a partner with my teacher also. That's my son. He's here. He's a filmmaker also, and I know he's a cameraman also. So we'll get it less cost. He has his own camera, so everything is up. And he was excited equally. But the whole idea of how I got into this thing is that when I was a student, I did two books, which I still call Bible for my guidance. One is Flinders Fanon's Wretched of the Earth, and another Pedagogy of the Oppressed, done by Power Free. And they are, they changed my entire brain. I remember when I finished Wretched of the Earth, I was upside down.
And after many years, I lost the book because I used to do, you read it, you read it, you read it. And then my son located out of somewhere, he got it me back, this is 2 years back. And it was like, really, these few books are Bible for me. And then Gandhi is my rock star, to be honest. And when is my rock star has been doing something like this, and I have to contribute to this. And they have little money, and we will manage this film. And then I said, but one thing, all right, the data is okay, but I don't have the human touch. I should know what it is. I said, she said, what should it be? I said, Eki, I would like to meet this entire project where it's happening, and they agreed. So I went there. The first boy I met was Shiva. He shook my foundations. The way he was telling the story of his life. As a student, believe me, I felt ashamed. What have I done? What have we done to this nation? Why are we lacking? He broke down. Said, I don't want to do this work. I don't want, because he just was saved because two of his friends had just died. One died in the drain, didn't come out. Second died in the drain to save him, he is not coming out. And he just in frustration, he went inside and he talked one person, you see him in the film, and dead, and he says, I don't want this. But there's no alternative for him. He has to do only this, the only profession. Now this program has come as a life giver to him. He is earning, he is in the municipality, he's not and diving down into that, which he does not know what this grave is all about. Maybe in this particular death, he said, we didn't know it was this big. And for 24 years, it was never opened. And we were told to go into it. Now he wears a uniform. Yes, he is poor. But I loved two things about him. It's a beautiful thing about him. His two children play bridge. Chess. And whenever shooting, do good. And he plays drums also. You know, every human being has this heart for culture. And I believe it can, you people can educate the municipalities of this country, particularly third world country. They think municipality is dirty job. It's only to get clean streets. No, sir. Municipality in the West are the people who run cultural institutions. They run theaters, they go cinemas. They bring the soft power to the citizen wherever they are. And I think that is the major project, I think, that municipalities need to know what they are. It's not that the hoodlums come and get elected and then they have their own troops into it. And I think what will be happening is that I don't want to go into much more. I think if there is any question after the film, first don't look at it as it is a low budget film, it's a very tiny budget film, but we can discuss that with all of us. I think that will generate a good discussion for us. Thank you very much. One point which I thought was a wonderful thing in it, the government of Odisha, I have to give them credit for this. And I realized what partnership really means. Specialists come and if the state does not join in hands with them, is the first thing I've seen where transgenders have human dignity. They have run the entire sanitation plant themselves. And that story is her story. Is really, it pains you what they have gone through. And here the state says, no, we can do a little bit more. And there's still hope. And this film gives me, I always to come travel and make documentaries home, I remember. And nothing is possible in this country, nothing will change here. And once I did a whole series of women films in Bihar and Jharkhand, and I call them, they were like on a burning landscape of coke, burning, coal burning. There's a huge area called Zeya, which is, but this, you have flames of 4 feet, 4 stories high. And these women were fighting for their lives, and I was looking in their eyes. And I found that in Meghna, I found that in Shiva. Their eyes are very bright. That if they were involved in activism or therefore change their lives, there's a hope for this country. Otherwise, if you leave this whole marginalized, under periphery people who are invisible people, we will never march forward. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Thanks, sir. And we're really looking forward to watching the film. But Usha ma'am has joined from Odisha. So we hear from her. She's joined online. We'll hear
Talk.
Usha ma'am.
Really committed to this call.
Good afternoon, everyone.
She's going to address. Yeah, she's going to address. Can announce him. Yes, interesting. This. Good afternoon, Usha ma'am. Thanks so much for being able to come and address all of us here. A quick introduction. Usha ma'am is a senior IS officer of the 1996 Odisha cadre. She's known for her visionary leadership in infrastructure development, logistics modernization, civil aviation, and women empowerment. Over a distinguished career of 30 years, she has made several landmark contributions, both at state and national levels, combining administrative acumen with deep social sensitivity. Ma'am is currently serving as the Additional Chief Secretary, Housing and Urban Development Department, Government of Odisha, and she's also currently leading the Garima Scheme in Odisha. So thanks so much, ma'am, to be able to come and speak to all of us. Over to you, ma'am, and if you can walk all of us through the nuts and bolts of how Odisha really kind of led with this whole transformational Garima scheme. I think it will act as a playbook for other states to follow. Thank you so much. Over to you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for inviting me to join you. I regret sincerely for not.
Ma'am, just a minute. We're just trying to set the audio. We can't still hear you. Okay. Try speaking again.
Can you hear me now? I have unmuted my mic.
Yes, ma'am. We can hear you.
Is it clear now? Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, ma'am.
Very good. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Namaskar. And I'm extremely happy to be part of you there. I sincerely regret not for being there personally, but at least accommodating me to join virtually. I thank entire UMC team, Raina ji, and all the participants over there. Actually, I'm lucky that I have inherited some of the very good practices which have been followed in the urban and housing development department. I just shifted it. It's housing and urban development department. My colleagues also have joined there. I think Mamta ji is also there. Rashmi is also there. So there have been a very good team which is working towards Garima, and Odisha is one which has gone beyond the symbolic recognition and went ahead into institutionalization of policy, where we have kept the safety, dignity, and empowerment in the center of the Garima scheme. There have been a lot of efforts. Maybe I'll try to put it in three buckets, which are aligning with our core theme, that is safety, and then dignity and empowerment. As far as the safety is concerned, it is not just by prohibiting manual scavenging and all. So that may not help in a long run, because it has to be supported by various other ecosystem. Odisha has been successfully been able to do that, providing the training to the core sanitation workers. And it started with even enumeration, then identifying, recognizing them, validating, giving them the PPE kits, giving them the required capacity building, and allowing them to take up those extremely important job for based on which all of us who are living in the urban area are living a healthy and hygiene life. So that has been an effort, and a resource pipeline has been created for that, because without resources, all the decisions or intention may not come into action. So those things have been done. And as far as the safety is required, I was very happy to see the slogan there also. It's our intention, and we strive best to ensure that the uh, the death while cleaning the sewage system would be, I mean, things of past. I mean, we should not be allowing that. It is non-negotiable as far as we are concerned. I'm sure that each one of you there who are very empathetic to this cause also will agree with us. Secondly, about dignity, if you see through institutional mechanism, through proper acts and rules, there have been a series of instructions and notifications where we have mentioned that these people are not just laborers who are working there, or they are doing not just a manual work. They are highly skilled people. They are skilled and highly skilled people, and their working hours have to be reduced to like 8 hours to 6 hours. And the dignity of labor has been linked to their work. We do the Garima celebrations once in a while, where they all come together, and they have been provided a platform to participate in various activities. As it was just mentioned that there have been more vulnerable group who have been, I mean, like it itself is a socially very, I mean, very sidelined or marginalized groups. They are at the bottom of the pyramid. Within them, again, you have the people who are transgenders, or the people who are I mean, from the very poor background. So for them, additional attentions have been provided. And I mean, as far as the participation of them in the scheme, not only as a beneficiary, but they themselves design their program, what is needed based on their assessment. It is the resources have been dealt accordingly. And last year also, in with the help of UMC, we did the Garima celebration, and the Bhubaneswar declaration was made, where all of us will work towards the safety, dignity, and empowerment of our the people who are core sanitation worker community. We will work towards that we have already made, and this has led to people feel that the job which they're doing is a yeoman service to the community, urban space. So that is why how we are trying to extend extend that empathetic space for them to be there, and be live as a very very contributing citizen of the nation, as any of us. That inclusion has been there. As far as the empowerment is concerned, again, I say that when, it is not given by somebody, but it is to be felt and experienced and enforced by the people whom we think that they have no voice. So there again, the various interventions have been made. And if you go to some of our urban local bodies, or the water supply officers, we have a Garima Gruha, that is like a small space which has been created for them, where they can be staying there, taking rest, changing. It's also a good space for them to have a comfortable working space. So that has been provided. And most of the government schemes which have the convergence, whether it is the Prime Minister Awas Yojana, whether it is about Shrama card, or whether it is about having insurance, health insurances, and also some skill development, all these things have been brought, under the umbrella of the scheme, and these facilities and these like the what we call resources and the objectives have been linked with the Garima scheme. So this convergence has helped so much that not only per se Garima is not going to change the lives, but we are bringing everything together, and convergence is there, and every department would be focusing on Garima workers. So that is what we have been looking at. Recently, we have tied up with the Lighthouse, where we are trying to we have to try and skill the children of the core sanitation workers. That is one important thing, because always we see in Odisha, it's not like in somewhere some intervention would be made. So that is not our intention. So we have worked entire their life cycle. So from the beginning till end. So they in all junctures where there are critical requirements or support required. So we are um, try to create an initiative to help them, or to work with them, or to partnership with them. So I will not be saying too many things, but I once again compliment and congratulate the entire team who have helped Garima to reach to this level. The film I have personally watched, and I have also circulated among our own network, and everybody has appreciated within such a short period. Mr. Raina and his entire team came over to Bhubaneswar, visited some of the field, and then take the inputs from them, and made such a beautiful creative film, for which I sincerely, from bottom of my heart, compliment each one who have been involved in this great initiative. So once again, I thank one and all who have been a friend of Odisha and helping us to do good. But this is a journey which has to cover a lot of ground in future also. We don't say that, or we are not very complacent saying that, okay, we have done something which is good, but there is so much of space, so much of journey to make, to ensure each one of our core sanitation workers feel the same way all of us feel when we are empowered. So again, thanks for giving this opportunity. Have a great evening and very meaningful discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your really inspiring leadership and your guidance to the whole scheme. I think it's really taken, I think, a very new avatar, where we're now really seeing a lot of action on ground with a lot of entitlement camps, etc. And like you said, reaching out to the entire life cycle of workers, even their families. Thank you so much, ma'am, and that you could come here today and address all of us. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. With this, now I request Xerxes to show the film. They'll, sir, with your permission, film दिखा दें, sir.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Nice. Yeah.
मैं 10-12 साल का था तब से काम कर। पहले होटल में काम किया था, फिर कारखाने में काम किया, गाड़ी वगैरह ये सब ऐसा कर करके फिर म्यूनसिपाल्टी में जाएंगे वहाँ जो जैसा कि ड्रेन वगैरह सफा हो रहा है। एक दिन सर क्या हुआ ना, एक कंप्लेन आया था तो उनका वहाँ पे जाम हो गया, उनका घर का लाइन जाम था, हमारा सोलर जाम नहीं था। तो इन लोग को पता नहीं है, काम पे जब वहाँ पे गए तो उनको बुला के हम दिखा दिए कि देखिए हमारा सोलर लाइन पूरा सफा है, इसमें कोई जाम नहीं है, आपका पर्सनल जाम हो गया, घर का कुछ डाल दिए होंगे साबुन केस, इसीलिए जाम हो गया। तो सुना नहीं, बोला हाँ नहीं ऐसा कर दो, मैं कुछ पैसा दे रहा हूँ हमरा करो। हम लोग बोले ठीक है, उनका बात में देख लेंगे, ड्यूटी का ऊपर ऐसा कि काम नहीं करना। तो सर क्या हुआ, उसी लाइन से काम करके जा रहे थे तो आगे जो सबसे जो लास्ट पॉइंट है वहाँ पे सर 24 साल कभी खोला नहीं था। वहाँ पे काम हम इसी मिट्टी में दिख गया था, वो जो स्लैब है ना दिख रहा है वो नहीं दिख रहा था। 24 साल हुआ, जाना आना भी कोई नहीं, तो मिट्टी में दबा हुआ था। तो उसको हम साबल से खोद के उसको निकाला। निकालने के बाद वो जो उसका साइड में पत्तियाँ रहता है लोहा का, वो रॉस्ट होके वो निकल नहीं था। वो निकल जितना भी कोशिश कर लो निकलेगा भी नहीं। उसको क्या किया, तोड़ के नीचे गला। हम बोला यहाँ पे तो कुत्ता बित्ता बिल्ली बिल्ली आएगा, कोई गाय आएगा, गलेगा मरेगा, तो एक स्लैब लेके आ जाओ, डाल देंगे चले जाएंगे, काम तो कुछ नहीं है, इसका अंदर भी उतारना नहीं है, कुछ दिखता भी नहीं है, इतना खाल है। हम लोग ऐसा बोल के हमारा जो ड्राइवर था, ड्राइवर और सुपरवाइजर दोनों स्लैब लाने चले गए गाड़ी में। तो हम लोग वहाँ पे 3 आदमी रह गए थे। 3 आदमी रह गए थे। तो ये शंकरी जो लड़का है, तो सर हम लोग का कैसे ड्यूटी हो रहा था, आज मेरा है तो कल उनका है, परसों दूसरा है, ऐसा करके हम लोग काम कर रहे थे। तो शंकरी का उस दिन ड्यूटी था, तो उसने क्या किया, गमछा पहन के, उसको मैं मना कर रहा था सर मत जाओ, काम तो नहीं है, पानी भी नहीं है, क्यों जाएगा, स्लैब लाएगा डाल के वापस चले जाएंगे। तो सर वो तो हाँ बोला। फिर 2-3 मिनट के लिए वो क्या किया, उतर गया नीचे। जब उतर गया वो आधा रास्ते को गया हुआ, उसको महसूस हुआ कि मैं इसका अंदर जाने से मारूंगा, क्योंकि उसमें स्मेल आ रहा था ना। तो क्या किया, नीचे गया, उसको जब ठीक नहीं लगा तो वो जल्दी जल्दी ऊपर आने लगा। ऊपर जब आने लगा तो ये जो लड़का बुंदू, उसका नाम विष्णु, वो क्या किया, उसको वो जब आ रहा था इतना नीचे से ऊपर आ चुका था, सिर्फ ऐसे ऊपर पकड़ने से ये बच जाएगा। उसी टाइम पे क्या किया, पाँव रस्सी से जो पकड़ा था संभाल नहीं सका, छोड़ दिया। सर ये इतना ऊपर से गिरा, स्पॉट डेट उसका। ये क्या हुआ, ये जब गिर गया, मैं बोला अरे क्या किया रे, उसको गिरा दिया तूने। वो क्या, वो लड़का क्या किया, वो खुद उतर गया उसको बचाने के लिए। उतर तो जा रहा है अंदर, लेकिन दिखता नहीं सब, इतना पूरा अंधेरा है। वहाँ पे एक गच भी है ना, उसी की वजह से कुछ दिखता नहीं। तो ये नीचे गया, हम बोल रहे रस्सी पकड़ा हुआ है, हम बोले उसको बांध दो, जो गिर गया हम उसको टान लेंगे, फिर बाद में तुम आ जाना। ये नीचे उतरा तो इसका कोई यार आवाज़ ही नहीं आ रहा। मैं ही खेले चिल्लाता हूँ, विष्णु विष्णु क्या हुआ क्या हुआ, वो कुछ नहीं कह रहा। सर 2-3 मिनट के लिए मैं चिल्लाता रहा, कोई सुनता नहीं। तो मैं पब्लिक को बुलाया वहाँ पे, सर 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 सुनिए सर, मेरा बच्चा लोग यहाँ पे घुस के काम कर रहे रह गए, सर सुनिए सुनिए। पुलिस वाला भी वहाँ पे थे, हम लोग सबको मैंने पुकारा। तो मैं रस्सी तो गंदा वाला है, कोई पकड़ेगा भी नहीं। मैंने क्या किया, तो वो गच में था, वो गच में बांध के हम खुद नीचे उतर गए। सर जब नीचे गया था ना, तो बड़ा पाइप जो है ना सर, ये हम लोग 2 आदमी दौड़ के भाग जाएंगे, इतना बड़ा पाइप है, गोल है ना चंबर। तो शंकरी को पहले देखा मैंने, उसको एक पकड़ा, उठाता मैंने ये, फिर उसको छाती में जब कान दिया तो उसका धड़कन बंद हो चुका है। तो बोला ये तो मर गया, इसको फिर देखना पड़ेगा। इसको पकड़ा सर, इसको ऐसा पकड़ा हो, इसको फिर खींचा, बूंदू बूंदू उठो उठो, उसको ऐसे हिला रहा हूँ, सर पूरा ऐसे हिल रहा, वो भी नहीं उठता। उसका कान ऐसा लगाया सीना में, उसका भी हाथ डाल दिया। सर मेरा होश उड़ी है सर, मेरा लाइफ, मैं कभी बाबू ऐसा नहीं काम करना चाहता। उस दिन से मैं बहुत डर गया हूँ।
नहीं मांगा। हम बोला माँ हमको ना एक तो साइकिल करा दो। 800 रुपया दे के पुराना साइकिल गोटे लेके दिया। दूर ना सीधे दूर से सीधर गया साइकिल से। इसका बाद कुछ दिन करा से बाबू भी इसको बहुत अच्छा देखता था। 1 तारीख को गया, 15 तारीख को मर गया। वो मायके ना क्या किया क्या नहीं किया से भगवान जाने, ये वसुमता जाने, हमें जाने। 3 बजे खबर आया बड़ा मेडिकल में है, तुम्हारा बच्चा मर गया। वो माँ को कैसा रहेगा बाबू। 1 तारीख को गया, 15 तारीख को मर गया। मुझे बन रही वो मोर होश नहीं, ये छुपा के रखता हूँ। देख ले हम नहीं मत सोई पार में नहीं।
When I joined as the head of the department, heading the urban development department, in charge of the municipal administration of all the cities, you periodically file affidavit before the courts that manual scavenging has been abolished. There are no more manual scavengers. All the identified manual scavengers have been rehabilitated. These are routine affidavit. From time to time the states are required to file before the Supreme Court. And I have been doing it as the secretary. Then we also see the reported news items that few people have died in the septic tanks, sewer lines from time to time. And then we wonder, on one hand we keep on denying that manual scavenging does not exist and there are no more manual scavengers. On the other hand, you keep seeing these kind of reports, TV reports, and which shows that the reality is otherwise. So then it troubles your conscience. Then at one point of time you wake up and decide that let us stop this, and then say it exists and work on it. Till I accept it, I can't start working on it. Then you have to find a suitable partner. You can't do it alone. So it's a humongous work that it's difficult for even for the government. Government can take up the initiative, but you need to have able partners to support. You need to have civil society organizations to partner with you. This is a huge problem. It's a social problem. So you have to work at the field. The government is not trained to do it. You don't have that kind of trained human resources who can work with these kind of people, deprived people who have been deprived for generations. Injustice have been meted out to them for generations, and the government servants are not trained to work with them and then bring about a change. You need to have right kind of partners.
We call ourselves back offices of the government. Governments are irreplaceable, right? As civil society organization, we can't replace the government. We need the government. But governments don't have time. They don't think sometimes. They don't have enough capacities to deal with the complex urban issues which we are facing. India has been mostly rural for so many decades or since independence. We are a basically rural based country as of now. It is changing. We are urbanizing very, very fast. And the challenges against all of us is how our city governments can keep pace with such fast urbanization. We have about
simultaneously 20 such works, projects at any given time. It changes. Some are of longer duration, 3 years, 5 years, 6 months, 3 months. It all depends. But yes, we love what we do. And these are the projects we undertake, from heritage management to water sanitation to working around the urban poverty, or some of the infrastructure development projects, and socially relevant work, social justice and empowerment as well.
Whatever we are taught in school, we are taught in universities and college. When it actually gets down to the ground, and when it's actually being implemented by city managers or the so-called our bureaucrats, things are not working, right? And so that really got me thinking. और तब तक ऐसा लगता था कि ये तो हो गया होगा ना, ये कैसे नहीं आता? आपको कूड़ा ही तो उठाना है, आपको रोज कैसे नहीं आता आपको सॉलिड वेस्ट होना? इट्स नॉट रॉकेट साइंस, राइट? But when you start talking to cities and when you start unlayering each of the challenges that cities are facing, I think then you realize it's really a big problem for everyone. I mean, these systems just don't exist. They just are not there.
Having grown up in Russia, where systems were in place, very clean, hygienic, and I had the best childhood, I would say, one of the best. I mean, there would be other people as well, but coming to India, in my father's ancestral house, when we would travel, there would be a common toilet, and it was so difficult to use. And I'd seen people who would come and clean those toilets, and it was just impossible for me to fathom. I was just 7 or 8. After that, I traveled a lot of places in the country, having been part of a development communication project. So went to rural areas, a lot of cities and towns, and the difference between communities, the difference between people was very stark. In my house, we never discussed what religion, what caste, class you come from, but that was very stark when I traveled. And I had questions.
This whole Prohibition of Employment of Manual Scavengers Act, as it's called, it came in 2013. There was a precursor to this. There was an act, and it was modified to this. And then we thought that ये भी काम हुआ ही होगा ना, ऐसे कैसे है कि देश में से, that this continues, right? And whenever we've been seeing people getting into manholes or getting in a drain, I always wondered that this is probably abnormal. This is not the normal. But when we started working in sanitation sector, in the wash sector, we slowly realized that this is the normal. Things really have not changed. And that's what really kind of urged us to think that no, something really needs to be done. We have to be very, very intentional about it.
आगे तो एमती प्राइवेट काम करी सब नर्सिंग रूम मानकरे टॉयलेट काम करे तो आमर सर्वे है गरिमा कार्ड जिते आसला गरिमा कार्ड आमको सौम्य सार थिले तो आमको डकागला कहले जे आमर सेज फुल टांकी गाड़ी आसी आ तमें करें काम मु आसिली सार मु देखा कली मुझे हाँ सार मुझे कहले कर तो मुझे हाँ सार तुम साहस अच्छी जो मुझे हाँ सार अच्छी तापर सारे यही गाड़ी रे जिते गली तापर आमको ट्रेनिंग दिगला ट्रेनिंग रे भी आमको कहले पीपी मास्क ग्लोव्स जोता पिंधिकी सब काम कर तुम सुरक्षित तुम परिवार भी सुरक्षित।
अभी हमने मैनुअल स्कैवेंजिंग से हटके अभी मैकेनाइज्ड क्लीनिंग पे आए, और इसमें क्या ना, जो सबसे बड़ा एम्पावरमेंट इन लोगों का हुआ कि इन लोगों को प्रॉपर ट्रेनिंग दिया जा रहा है, कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग ट्रेनिंग करा रहे हैं, और इनको अच्छे अच्छे जो इक्विपमेंट्स है, मैकेनिक एडवांस इक्विपमेंट्स है, उनके मतलब उनके उनके रूबरू करा रहे हैं उससे। दे आर वेरी acquainted this applying this using these equipments.
ମନରେ ସେମିତି ଆସୁଥିଲା ଭୟ ଯେ ମୁଁ ଗୋଟେ ପୁରୁଷ ଦୁଇ ଜଣ ଗୋଟେ ଡ୍ରାଇଭର ପୁଅ ପିଲା ଲୋଡର ସହିତ ଯିବି, ତାଙ୍କ ସହିତ ମୋର ଚିହ୍ନା ପରିଚୟ ନାହିଁ, କ'ଣ ହେବ କ'ଣ ନାହିଁ, କିନ୍ତୁ ସେମିତି କିଛି ନାହିଁ। ପୁରା କାମରେ ଗଲା ପରେ ଫ୍ରି ହେଇଗଲି। ଗୋଟେ ଦୁଇ ଦିନ ଗଲା ପରେ ମୁଁ ଜାଣିଗଲି ଯେ ମୁଁ ଏଇ କାମ ଠିକ୍ କରିପାରିବି। ଆଗେ ଆଗେ ଟିକେ ସାହସ କମ୍ ଲାଗୁଥିଲା, ତଥାପି ଫିର୍ ବି ମୁଁ ସାହସ ରଖିଥିଲି ଯେ ମୁଁ ଏଇ କାମ କରିପାରିବି।
So NULM as a program, the National Urban Livelihoods Mission, always had as part of its guidelines that let's also focus on the most vulnerable. So even amongst the urban poor, who are our most vulnerable sections? And of course, sanitation workers are, but also transgenders. They have just no space in any kind of formal livelihood programs, right? I mean, they don't get to live in our cities. They all live at the boundary or at the periphery of our cities. And this all was initiated when SHGs of transgenders started actually happening. And so, and we've worked with them in Paradeep, in other cities in Odisha. And when you sit down with them, it is so sad to hear that prostitution is one of their biggest, or is one of the largest, or the most dominant source of livelihood for them. And I think government of Odisha was very, very forthcoming to say, no, we'll engage them. SHGs ban gaye hain, but now how do we give them meaningful livelihoods? And if you talk to them, they are literate. Many of them are graduates. They weren't finding jobs anywhere. And this seemed like an extremely good way of kind of using their SHGs and giving them some meaningful plus also reliable source of livelihood for these groups.
You go to any city, in 5 minutes you will cross a traffic signal. Every signal you will find a transgender in a city. Every, irrespective of the size of the city. And how can you close your eyes? You can close your eyes as long as you are not part of the government. If you are part of the government, you are in charge of that department and you are presiding over that. You can't look the other way. You can't pretend as if you are looking at your mobile and you have not seen them. How long? So it pinches your conscience. So what are you going to do? They are in your city. It is the city's responsibility. It's the livelihood of the marginalized. So they also have to have a place. Whatever we have done, transgenders are part of it. Whether it is municipal office administration, we have onboarded them as support staff in all the 115 cities. If it is the water supply, they are running the water treatment plant. They have become Jalsatis. The sanitation, they are our Swachha They are running the septic treatment plants. The India's largest septic treatment plant in Bhubaneswar, which has a capacity of 75,000 liters per day. The transgender group is running it. The second largest city in Odisha. The water treatment plant and the sanitation treatment plant is being managed by a transgender group. They can do it.
मैंने यहाँ तक पहुँचने से पहले जब मेरे को औरत बनने के लिए जब ढांढ ली और ये जब कपड़ा पहन ली, तब से शुरू हो गया मेरा संघर्ष। तो एक तो पहले आ गया कि तुम औरत नहीं हो, उसके बाद आया कि तुम अगर औरत हो तो यू फुलफिल आवर सेक्सुअल डिज़ायर। तो मुझे ज़बरदस्ती रेप किया गया है, मेरे को धंधा में बिठाया दिया गया था भी, मेरे को रोड में बेगिंग करने के लिए भी मेरे को मजबूर कर दिया गया था। और मेरा अपना जो डिग्निफाइड था, आफ्टर MBA करने के बाद भी मुझे नौकरी से निकाल दिया गया था, नौकरी नहीं मिला था। कोई मेनस्ट्रीमिंग का काम नहीं मिला था, लेकिन मेरा नज़र था कि हमें किसी सम्मान मिले, जो तिरस्कार समाज देता है, जो बराबरी का हिस्सा चाहिए था वो मिले। तो इसीलिए मैंने वो संघर्ष को नया दिशा देने के लिए मेनस्ट्रीमिंग की तरफ लिया था। फिर मेरे को गवर्नमेंट के साथ जो एडवोकेसी करने का एक मौका मिला, तो मैंने बात किया था, वह तब के प्रिंसिपल सेक्रेटरी थे जी माथीवतन सर थे, जो अर्बन एंड हाउसिंग डिपार्टमेंट के सेक्रेटरी थे। तो उनको मैंने बुलाया कि सर हमारे लिए आप बात करते हो, आपका टॉयलेट पूरा हो गया है सिटी का, लेकिन सर हमारे लिए आज तक एक टॉयलेट का सुविधा नहीं है, तो हमारे मेन स्ट्रीमिंग का बात छोड़ो और हमारे लाइवलीहुड का बात छोड़ो, तो हम कहाँ जाएंगे। तो उन्होंने बोला कि ठीक है हम बनाएंगे आपके लिए, आप आके मिलो। तो फिर मिला, तो तब उनके पास था कि आप सैनिटेशन का मुद्दा सिर्फ आपका टॉयलेट पे नहीं, तो आप हमारे एक तो FSTP है वहाँ पे आप काम करोगे। तब हमारे पास कोविड का टाइम चल रहा था, तो कोविड के टाइम तो कुछ हमारे पास मतलब जो रोज़गार भी था, वो चाहे वो बेगिंग का हो या सेक्स वर्क का हो, वो भी हमारे पास नहीं था। तो अब हम सोचे कि जो भी मिल रहा है वो काम को हम करेंगे। और यहाँ आने के बाद ये और एक चैलेंजेस था, और उसका सहयोग जो आगे लेके जाने के लिए हमारा बहुत सहयोग था गरिमा। कोयले के खादान से पत्थर निकलता है, लेकिन उसको सेफ कटिंग करके डायमंड बनाया गरिमा ने। ट्रांसजेंडर लोग को लाके यहाँ जोड़ना तो मेरा काम था, लेकिन उनको ट्रेनिंग देना, उनको सही से बात करना सिखाना, उसको ऑफिशियल स्ट्रक्चर पे लाना, उनको सही तरह से दिशा पे लेके जाना, वो सब तो जो स्टेट का स्कीम था गरिमा, उनके तहत हुआ।
If you see the program, it is unique in the nature because it touches the entire life cycle of the poor sanitation worker. We can start at the identification, because many times it happens that people are not coming forward because there is no dignity of labor attached to it. So some people may not even come forward and identify themselves as a core sanitation worker, though they may be doing the duty. So it starts with the identification. So once the identification is done, then maybe what would be their issues. It is not that government decides what needs to be done, but a lot of stakeholders inputs have been taken, and based on the gaps where it is required, whether it is the safe working condition, maybe it is about the regulation where it needs to be done, whether within the government or with the contractual, the service providers, the entire regulations have been rewritten to make sure that they will be provided with proper safety. And for that, even using the technologies, using the mechanization of the entire core sanitation work, that is during the work, how they actually do it. And also during the work, the human aspect, whether they will take rest, what type of changing rooms they require, and those things have been taken care of. And again, at the fag end, how the social security can be there. So it is not only during the working age, but beyond that, because they have been working in a hazardous situation, they will come across with the dangerous materials, fecal materials. So how they actually make their life safe, social security network would be catching up with everything. Then also at the fag end of the life cycle, that they will have the convergence of various government program, whether it is the housing scheme, whether it is about the insurance, whether it is about the next generation, their children, how they can be better off, and the only aspiration they are living, and they are involving themselves in various activities just to make sure that their family lives well. So whether that can also be taken care of. So I feel Garima is unique in the sense it touches the core sanitation worker throughout their life cycle and in a very positive way. UMC has been our very valued partner. They have come forward. This is very close to their heart. They are able to give us the knowledge which they have acquired while working with the people. So it's a 1+1 making 11. So that is what I think very symbiotically we are working, in which we have our own strength and they have their strength, which coming together, I think we are making a good impact on the people who are working, especially in the sanitation field.
Now there is a particular framework which is going towards organized way, and we as a PSSOs are also trying our level best to save the dignity and safety of our sanitation worker. That is our first priority, which was not there when it was manual scavenging. So now it is cleaning is not important. Now safety and dignity is first important, and then comes cleaning. But of course, cleaning has also improved with mechanization. We thought that maybe with mechanization we would have lot of problems, but slowly we have seen mechanization was a better alternative than manual scavenging.
Looking at Odisha, Tamil Nadu came forward. We're working in Tamil Nadu as well, and now looking at Odisha and Tamil Nadu's experience nationally, a program called NAMASTE has been launched. And now nationally, all states, all cities are going to adhere to the technical blueprint or a framework which Urban Management Center has been able to provide.
So we have generalists running our cities, right? A person could be running agriculture one day and could be running our city the next day. How can we have an urban cadre? How can we ensure that everybody in a city who is working has the capacities, has the knowledge to run a city in the best way? I think that's something that has been our core mission, and I think that remains our North Star.
The successes are small, but are looked at it in much more depth and been replicated. So I think, and we've been able to leverage government's funding for that. We bring in a little bit, but government actually does the bit, and we give full credit to them.
We are committed, and the scheme itself commits that dignity, safety, and livelihood of core sanitation workers.
जो ड्रीम हम लोग देखे थे, जो सपना जब मैं जुड़ी थी ट्रांसजेंडर के साथ आने से पहले, तो वो सपना कुछ पूरा होते हुए दिख रहा है।
এই ড্রেস পাই আমার বহুত গর্ব আসছি মনে।
And there should be 1,000 UMCs, and we should be able to really, I would say, replicate what we've learned over 25+ years, and change the way our country is, our cities are, and states are.
A huge round of applause for Raina, sir. Can I request my teams to please give Sir and Anand a small token of our thanks?
At least one good brain and skill has taken courage to, do a film on this. Yes. I have been associated for it. I must say that good go to the point. Yes. Exactly. You make a statement about the girl. I like in the morning he said something I was that.
I was just saying that sanitation and sewage was solved by Mohenjo-daro and Indus Valley and Mesopotamia. And the fact that 2000 years later we are still talking about it as a problem is actually unacceptable. Yeah. Yeah. Right.
Actors, but they are basically sanitation workers. This job is very critical.
I like Okay. Thank you, everyone. We have a small break. We have tea and coffee also, and we come back in 15 minutes. If you want your postcards autographed by Raina sir, there are some postcards on each table, and you can reach out to sir during tea and coffee break. Thank you. Yes. Sorry, and those who have joined online, yeah, you all can also take a small bio break and please join back in 15 minutes where we have two very interesting technical sessions post this. Thank you. So,
used properly. So I just, I want to stick out with this capacity building, basically with the low level staff, that is the C1 entry professionals and all those, rather than, targeting the municipal commissioners and all those things. Because you might be knowing that, Ministry of Social Justice, of course, Nara will be telling a lot more in this one. So they are giving the personal protective equipments, per district, one personal protective equipments are being given. But the thing is, the question is in the usage. So I'll just stop there and I guess I've answered the question.
Good evening, everybody. So I'd like to start my talk first about, I'd like to congratulate the UMC team along with Mr. Raina for the movie that he has made. This is a sector which actually I see in the government. The PEMS Act, which we talked about earlier in the presentation, is actually under my implementation for the country. And there was an observation which was also made by Raina earlier. I'm divorced a little bit on the topic that how journalists are running the government today. It is true that even I came from renewable energy to social justice. It was a big jump. Renewable energy sector, I was seeing the transformation of cities, how to focus on green emissions and how to achieve that fossil fuel to green fuel shift. And when I went to the social justice sector, I was now seeing three important sectors for the country: the transgender, the beggary, and sanitation workers. I started initially with sanitation workers and these two other sectors also. So the movie that we just saw talked about this transition, the worker who were earlier totally informed, and how a dent had been made to their lives by the whole institutionalization of the setup through the Garima Scheme with Odisha government. So here I'd like to talk about this Namaste and conception, how it is being focusing on the institutionalization of this in totally informal sector. It actually started as a group action plan with a collaborative effort from 4 different ministries. And the Ministry of Social Justice was the nodal ministry for this particular program. So we were mandated by the government to think about this sector seriously, particularly about the deaths which were happening in sewer septic tank workers. So a small social audit and internal thinking among various stakeholders revealed that why are the deaths happening in the country? We have that in place, we have the rules and regulations in place, we are training the workers also. So it impressed upon us that the death happens because of non-observance of safety precautions. And people don't have the PPE kits, they are untrained workforce, they don't know about their rights. not only the workers don't know about the rights, partly the citizens, they are also unaware of what they don't know where to access safe sanitation services. Where is the helpline? What is the helpline? What is nearest? Where can I access a safe sanitation service if my sewer tank is broken? So the entire sanitation ecosystem is a large canvas which has various stakeholders. Government could be the one of the stakeholders, but the pivot of all this is sanitation work, the core sanitation worker. In different capacities, if it's managing the FSTPs, STPs, or their drain cleaners, community toilet workers, or their SSWs, or the sewer tank. So the effort that the government is focusing in through this comprehensive plan of Namaste was basically to help and achieve the prime objective of zero fatalities in sanitation sector. Parallelly, have a system in place where the workers are institutionalized. There is a formal setup for the citizens to access safe sanitation services. And that is the core of our program in Namaste. It was only launched recently, not very recently, but in July 23 by the government. Yeah. Through a collaborative action with the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, because the workers are my target group. But the core activity where they work, the workplace, is with Ministry of Housing and so, through a collaborative action, we did the entire nationwide survey covering over the 5,000 ULBs in the country. And we have managed to give each of these identified workers 100% we have covered them with PPE kits throughout the country. We standardized the PPE kits. We had an internal committee which understood what kind of PPE kits are there, what kind of safety devices which were lacking. We found that most of these cities didn't have the requisite safety devices. So we would standardize those prerequisite minimal safety devices were given to each worker. So one of the most important things I find for these sanitation workers is that you need to skill them in a skill set. You need to recognize their work not as an unskilled informal worker, but a skilled worker. And the transformation of this worker from the unskilled to the skilled is a bridge that we are trying to bridge in this particular sector. And we trying to further formalize it through a system where the QP or the training content is being formalized so that everybody doesn't do their own teaching concept. So there is a standardization in the concept of teaching, which includes online training with the machines. It also, online training and practical offline training with the machines on the ground. There are so all these is encompassed in the skilling set. So there are two important skilling sets here for these sludging operators and for machines, which we are undertaking for these workers throughout the country. Thanks. So one thing that we do.
First of all, I would like to thank UMC team for organizing this session. After I have taken office on this theme, this is one of the first such a meet or brain session which I have attended, and the documentary which you had shown. While I'm working in this sector, while I'm aware of these stories, but to see it visually, to see it firsthand from someone who has experienced it, it's a different experience. So I'd like to thank you first for organizing this session. Second, I would like to thank you for giving me a good team in my office. I'd like to thank you for the wonderful work which Vardini does and Anu does in my office. So thank you for that. Now, thirdly, coming to your point, that one thing which makes the difference, in my opinion, is data. Data about each and every person who is available, not just name, not just age, but a profiling, a minuscule level my data, so that we are talking about a general segment which is sanitary worker or a core sanitation worker, but each person might have their own reality. Some of them might be because of in this occupation because of poverty, or because they don't have some other options, or maybe it's like we were mentioning that women are not there. So there is a gender angle also to it. So when we have that kind of data, we can analyze it from different segments and different perspectives and make more informed decisions. So if I have to share an experience with you, recently Tamil Nadu government had announced a breakfast scheme for sanitary workers. So this was done in the month of March. So only to arrive at the fund which we'll have to take for proposing such a scheme, we didn't have the overall data itself that how many sanitary workers are there. There are 650 odd ULBs in our state. So you can imagine, even if I float a Google Sheet, there will be 650 rows. So the quantum of and the volume of work which we deal with, only when we have enumerated, we have formalized, we have finalized it, we can do it. My UMC team has been working only on this from the time they have joined, and they will know. And I think I have spoken to you also in the last 6 months, the challenges we were facing. So in that context, our government has also come up with a sanitary worker development scheme, and there is a cleanliness worker welfare board, which is trying to institutionalize it, just trying to collect the data and give an identity in the form of a card that, your entitlements we can track you with this card. So to sum it up, that one thing which matters is data, more reliable, more authentic.
थैंक यू, धन्यवाद। भारत को आजाद हुए 80 साल हो गए। 47 के अंदर भी जिनकी बात कर रहे हैं, आखिरी पायदान पर खड़ा था, आज भी आखिरी पायदान पर था। सोचना पड़ेगा, और सभी की जिम्मेदारी हम सरकार को नहीं दे सकते। किसी भी बीमारी को ठीक करने, मैं तो कहूँगा बीमारी है, फेटल एक्सीडेंट्स बहुत सारे एग्जाम्पल दिए, प्रताप जी ने बोला कि किसी भी बीमारी को ठीक करने के लिए उसको डायग्नोज ठीक प्रकार से करना जरूरी है। मुझे लगता है हम उसको ठीक से डायग्नोज कर लेंगे। एक अच्छी मूवी थी, पहले शॉट के अंदर उसने क्या बोला, मेन होल 24 साल से नहीं खुला था। शायद ऐसे भी बहुत सारे मेन होल होंगे जो 47 के बाद से आज तक नहीं खुले हो। ठीक से समस्या को समझना पड़ेगा। हम बैठ करके डाटा के साथ योजनाएं बना सकते हैं, लेकिन हमारे पास मतलब सरकारी बिल्डिंगों का, जिन मंत्रालयों में हम काम करते हैं, बराबर के अंदर प्लॉट खाली था, कल सड़क थी, बिल्डिंग बन गई, उसका ब्लू प्रिंट ही नहीं है, किसी पर कहाँ जाता है। एग्जाम्पल देता हूँ मैं, कभी कुछ साल पहले 2-3 सालों के तमिलनाडु के अंदर बाढ़ आ गई थी, पहली बार बाढ़ आई थी, सुना था कि 60-70 साल के अंदर जब बाढ़ आई, जितनी सड़क है, सड़क से डबल ड्रेनेज सिस्टम होना चाहिए, सड़क के दोनों तरफ होता है, और सड़क की लंबाई से आधा भाग का ड्रेनेज सिस्टम है। यही है मुंबई का है। दिल्ली के अंदर देखो, आप यहाँ से 1-1.5 किलोमीटर के अंदर जाओगे, नालों के ऊपर एनक्रोचमेंट है, मकान बने हुए हैं। तो एक बार ठीक से समझना पड़ेगा हमको, और जिम्मेदार कौन है। मुझे लगता है कि हम सब लोग यहाँ बैठे हैं, हम सब लोग जिम्मेदार है। और दूसरा, जो मैंने बोला आखिरी पायदान पर खड़ा है, जिस स्कूल ऑफ थॉट से मैं आता हूँ, वहां पर समरसता की बात करते हैं। सबने बोला, बड़ी संवेदनशील मूवी थी, प्रहलाद जी ने भी बोला, क्या जो मेरे सफाई करने आता है, मेरे घर के ड्राइंग रूम में बैठ करके मेरे साथ चाय पीता है क्या? वो हमारे लिए प्रश्न है। 80 साल होने वाले हैं, तो मुझे लगता है कि ये सोसाइटी का काम है, समाज का काम है। हम सब लोग ठीक से करेंगे तो मुझे लगता है कुछ आगे बढ़ेंगे।
बाकी में मतलब सिर्फ सोसाइटी के लेवल पे चेंज लाना पड़ेगा, हम सबके दृष्टिकोण में चेंज लाना पड़ेगा, तभी जाके।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल। आजादी के टाइम की बात करें, गांधी जी की प्रायोरिटी पर थी सफाई, सफाई वर्कर। मोदी जी को हमने देखा है, भरतलाल जी ने जिक्र किया, अभी 2-3 साल पहले की बात है, जो 2-3 एक्सीडेंट के एग्जाम्पल दिए भरतलाल जी ने, सारे के सारे प्राइवेट बिल्डिंगों के, प्राइवेट अपार्टमेंट्स के, म्युनिसिपैलिटी के कोई भी केस नहीं है। पूरे आप मीडिया रिपोर्ट्स आप दिखा रहे थे, इतने एक्सीडेंट हुए, सब जैसा उड़ीसा वाला जो केस दिखाया, लगभग सब ऐसे केस है, क्योंकि वो तो ना तो एम्प्लॉयर है, ना वो थर्ड पार्टी ठेकेदार है वो। तो कुल मिला करके लेबर लॉ भी है। सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने भी अपने डिसीजन दिया कि पहले 10 लाख था, वो 30 लाख हो गया। सब लोग अपनी अपनी जगह ठीक है, लेकिन जो काम वहां पर ना सुप्रीम कोर्ट बुलाया जाता है कि हाँ जी उसने अपना घर का सीवर ठीक करने के लिए बुलाया, और उसको देखते देखते गया तो 24 साल पुराने 2 जाने चली गई वहां पर। सारे एग्जाम्पल ऐसे।
थैंक यू। मैं पूरी तरह से सहमत हूँ अनिश जी से। सबसे पहले तो मैं कॉन्ग्रेचुलेट करना चाहूंगी यूएमसी को, एंड बिग note of thanks to Raina's for getting this movie done. It's kind of an eye opener. और आपने जो लास्ट में बात कही ना कि 2,500-3 हजार साल के बाद भी हम इसकी बात कर रहे हैं, और वही उसको सेकंड किया अनिश जी ने। और साथ ही साथ मैं पूरी तरह से सहमत हूँ जो सेक्रेटरी जनरल NHRC साहब ने कहा अबाउट डेटाबेस एंड अकाउंटेबिलिटी। which even a man said right now. और इसका सबसे प्रमुख कारण जो coming back to your question is that informality. क्योंकि we are talking about informal workers. We need not concentrate now on the formal ones. We are talking about the informal workers, and they are huge. And we do not have any database. Yes, I'm glad that post COVID and so moto and Supreme Court's ruling came, and then we had an e-shram portal. और वो थोड़ा काम कर भी रहा है. It has come up to an extent, though there were some of the duplicacies or drawbacks हैं. I agree. But besides that, the biggest challenge is the informality, which we need to definitely see into that. And another important aspect that I would like to bring to your kind notice to this august audience, ILO Convention 155 on occupational health and safety, which is now one of the fundamental principles of rights at work, that need to be taken into consideration, that need to be accumulated and brought into practice, not just on pen and paper, but brought into practice in all the labor codes, taking on stride all the informal sector workers also. Because I'm glad that in the last years we have really achieved a lot for the sanitation workers. And even ma'am was talking about NAMASTE project and WASH and Gates Foundations projects and Garima. Really commendable work, Odisha government. I'm born and brought up in Odisha, so it makes me feel very proud to say that yes, I'm born and brought up in Odisha. So Garima is really a matter of Garima for all of us. But all said and done, we celebrate sanitation as an achievement. We are celebrating now sanitation as an achievement. But sadly, it's a public achievement, but workers perform it. Where is their dignity? And are we treating them as labor? We are treating them as disposable labor. That is very pathetic. And that needs to be taken into consideration, which is very important. Last but not the least, I would say that all heroes do not wear capes. There are women actresses who are bearing the burden of the society, of the community. So we need to clap for them. And definitely very important is that in that informal sector, a huge chunk force of women sanitation workers are there in the entire value chain of sanitation economy, and which we need to definitely take care. I'm glad that there is a woman, yes, in the picture too. And thanks to UMC for bringing that into attention. And congratulations for calling workers' representatives over here. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much. I think one thing, and we all spoke about skilling, we spoke about capacity building, we spoke about data, we spoke about informality, and so on. But I think that one key critical thing that I feel when it comes to dignity is professionalizing of the sector, which is also wages that the workers draw. And I think this is again building on from what the Garima Scheme has been able to do, key recognize sanitation work as highly skilled and skilled. And that required a lot of work with the labor department. And I think that is something if we can get a national advisory out, kind of take that to other states, to the state level subject. We have to take it to the states to do this. But I think that's when we actually also, when we say dignity, they should get the wages that are really kind of due to them. And we've done a very comprehensive study as part of UMC. Not many states have even this classification of sanitation work in the minimum wages codes. Many states continue to call manual stat as one of the codes. So I think this needs to change. I think that's one critical thing. Yukta, I'm coming back to you. As we are going ahead with mechanization, and you spoke about training and skilling, how do we really take it? Like you spoke about standardization, but how do we really build a country level ecosystem of such training? How do we, so how could this be done?
So, what the Tamil Nadu government representative said is that we start with the data. Unless we know who our target group is, we cannot do any intervention, whether it is skilling or extension of social protection measures, or giving them health insurance policies, or even integrating them into the livelihood value chain. So that one particular step we started with the NAMASTE scheme, where our first effort was to enumerate these workers nationwide. And I'm happy to say that even though people here don't know about it still, that we have enumerated all these sector civil time workers, which we thought were both informal and formal. I'm not saying that all of them have been 100% covered, but we did this exercise for all the 4,100 ULs throughout the country for urban India. And we finished their profiling. So we have the data set available with us today. And with social and economic enumerations together with it, that what is age structure, what is the family structure, what is the caste background, if at all there is, what is the number of children, the average family size, that entire data has been captured by us in this nationwide enumeration exercise. Now, now that we have finished that exercise, and now we're also going to, as you also know, that in Namaste 2.0, we're going to extend this further to cover other categories of sanitation workers, which would be the drain cleaners, the sanitation workers, and the except for community toilets, which we're not covering 2.0, which we might cover in 3.0. So FSTP workers, STP workers, and the sewer substantive workers now engage in rural India. So this enumeration exercise in Namaste 2.0 is also going to continue, and the learning experience that we have had from Namaste 1.0 will be extended. So coming back to your question on the skilling infrastructure. So the skilling infrastructure requires first is the beginning of for what is the content that we're going to train our workers with? Who's going to certify that this is the content, and after the certification, this particular sanitation workers can be treated as a worker with the requisite ethic training. We are providing with them with the support of the PPE kits, safety devices. The larger aspect for if you actually want to achieve a safe sanitation ecosystem in this country requires intervention at different levels. It requires intervention at the structural level where infrastructure has to be addressed. Our drains, as rightly pointed out by Anisha, that here in this country, over the drains, the stormwater drains, the sewer system is linked to the stormwater drains, not by the municipality, but by the households. There are 40% of India still doesn't have sewage systems. We don't even have there is visible encroachment on the stormwater drains. And today you can't even vacate anybody. The pressure groups, which are individual encroachment, you can't even vacate that land. So unless the structure where the sanitation worker actually operates, whether it's the drains, they are conformed with the building bylaws, and there is no encroachment, our systems won't improve. So we require stricter systems in place so that even citizens don't do this. First part. And as far as the training part is concerned, we are standardizing this whole concept, this whole content of the training for ACP workers throughout the country. We're getting it approved by NSDC so that every ACP worker knows what is to be trained and who are the certification partners for the same. So the work for this is ongoing right now, and we are yet to achieve this. However, the training content for the service operators, basis developers, has also been certified now by NSDC, and that is what we're doing a 5-day interaction program with the municipalities. Where we're taking these workers with hand-on training and apprising them about their rights, about what is required, that the ambulance should be there when you do this kind of training, what is to be done, where is the helpline number, who is to be approached if at all there is a death due to asbestos. So we're trying to enforce this through awareness camps throughout the country, where sanitation workers, the civil society, the public representatives, the political representatives, the sanitation workers, and of course our workers, who are the core of all this, are sensitized and made aware.
So I think moving to work, I think you have a very, and then we've been hearing about the M2M approach, the manhole to machine hole. What are the 2, 3 very critical aspects that we thought about at Mahua and how that can reach into cities?
So basically, Madam mentioning mentioning that one, the institutionalization. So we are actually right now into looking into institutionalizing this sanitation things through ERS. You may be knowing that one. So basically, we released this advisory in 2019, ERSU for setting up the ERSUs and all those things. And then slowly, now actually, in a couple of days or couple of weeks, we are going to release another advisory on this operationalization of ERSU. In fact, one of your team member was also part of that one. He played a major role into this. In addition to that, the first thing is actually, as I was mentioning, we almost, as Madam was also mentioning, we already have almost all the data with us. But only problem is we are lagging in capacity. So we are actually focusing on the capacity first, and then actually we are thinking about the machineries, which we are actually partly we are actually covering under Swachh Bharat Mission, as well as under MOSG also. They are under their NAMASTE scheme. They are also actually funding the machineries. And then the third one is actually your capacity building. I have already talked on the institutionalization. I have already talked about capacity building for civil engineering professionals in Swachhata shares. Actually, there we are targeting the trainings and all those things, and now it has been included as a part of the Swachh Survection, so that we are doing it. And the main part actually where we are lacking and is actually the citizens sensitization. So there actually we are lacking, and right now we are focusing on that aspect. So we just believe we believe that if everything, all the sport pillars, if it is put in place, then we could able to achieve the 100% sanitation, safe sanitation, I would say. So these are the four things actually, but our current focus is on citizens engagement and to improvise their capacity on the structure systems and all those things.
Questions that came up were actually right that the child. So basically the training part, so we need to develop the content, we need to have the structure in place, and we do need to have the system and the execution part. That is the entire gamut of the training process. So we know the target group who we need to train. The content is being built upon. And the execution, we have the structured system where we are having the master trainers, and we have TSU partners like yourself who have devised the SOPs for the training, the master trainers who will further train the actual workers who will do the enumeration or the training part. So the entire system now with the three, four aspects I just said, execution, the identification, and the content. So we are working on that.
Anantama, coming to you, Tamil Nadu is a clearly one of the most organized state, 652 USDs worth. And it must have it, and it was a humongous exercise to collect data, and you said about the whole data collection of enumeration of workers. How do we keep this database dynamic? I mean, because it's a workforce which is also very fluid, right? I mean, every day there are workers who are also entering this workforce. How can we keep this database dynamic so that whatever entitlements and benefits can actually reach out to all the workers who are?
So, to keep the database dynamic, what we have done is, like I was earlier explaining to you, that we have this Tamil Nadu Cleanliness Worker Welfare Board. So, where we have established a board and we are saying that, all informal sector workers more so. Formal sector, still we have a database, still we know who is where. For the informal sector workers, we are saying that we'll give you a card and you are entitled to certain benefits. So we have started this around some 2.5 lakh members, workers are member of this board. Having said that, like I was mentioning in Feb, we had made some set of announcements, some 6 specific announcements for the welfare of cleanliness workers. So there, when we wanted to take decision, we again looked at this database. So then, what our sister department, which is TADCO. TADCO is Tamil Nadu Adi Dravidar Housing and Development Corporation, which is a department which is particularly focusing on members of scheduled caste and their welfare, not necessarily sanitary workers. So this kind of convergence we have identified, where our sanitary worker development scheme and the cleanliness worker welfare board works in closer coordination with with TADCO, which is a government corporation for the welfare of certain sectors. And with their assistance, we had developed a website where we had encouraged. It is ultimately ULBs who have to, upload the data, mobilize the people, informal sector, and upload the data. We had the help of NGOs also to upload the data. And when we were seeing that data, a lot of duplication was there. A lot of applications, when TADCO had wanted to verify it through third-party verifier, they couldn't find the certain person. I mean, the person registered, but say after 3 months, 4 months, they are saying that the person is not there. They are migrated perhaps to another ULB. Their address, home address is somewhere, working somewhere. So all those kind of challenges. So in close coordination with the department, we have gotten a card that which we are distributing to these workers, and we are telling them that you claim your rights. We are ensuring you certain dignity, we are giving you insurance, we are giving you other benefits which we are assuring you, but you will have to come and ask for these and you have to identify yourself. So that is basically how we are approaching, our database managing.
Because I think that's really the backbone of, you can talk about it. If they really have data of workers. I think moving to informal workers, actually आप informal workers के बारे में बात कर रहे थे कि और जैसे मैम ने भी कहा कि बहुत सारों को तो का enumeration नमस्ते के अंदर हुआ भी है. But how can trade unions, collectives also help build such more ground level, bottom up approaches जिसमें informal workers हैं, private sector जितने organizations हैं जो ये काम करते हैं, उनके workers भी उनका भी enumeration हो सके नमस्ते में. तो how can such trade unions and collectives really help?
सही में इस मामले में ट्रेड यूनियन का काम नहीं, इसकी जिम्मेदारी है पूरी पूरी काम का. भारतीय मजदूर संघ देश का सबसे बड़ा संगठन है और सैनिटरी वर्कर्स के अंदर 500 से अधिक जिलों में भारतीय मजदूर संघ का काम है. तो वास्तव में कि एक हमने सबने कहानी पढ़ी होगी कि एक अकेला किसी से नहीं लड़ सकता. यूनियन इज स्ट्रेंथ. जब तक उनका यूनियनाइज नहीं होगा तब तक दिक्कत रहेगी. हमारा ये काम है और हम सभी लोग लगे हुए हैं, लेकिन जितनी आवश्यकता है उतना भी नहीं है. तो यूनियनाइज होने के बाद उसके बाद जो भी गवर्नमेंट की स्कीमें चाहिए, जैसे आपने नमस्ते स्कीम बताई, बहुत सारी स्कीमें हैं, लेकिन जिन तक ये पहुंचनी चाहिए मुझे नहीं लगता कि शायद उन तक वास्तव में पहुंचती है. आप लोग जो बता रहे हैं सही बता रहे होंगे, वहां पर होगी, लेकिन पूरे देश की बात करें और सैनिटरी वर्कर्स के अंदर काम करने वाला, हम सवेरे जब 4 बजे उठते हैं तो सड़क पर वो ज्यादा मिलता है और कई बार रात को निकलते तो मतलब कई सारे मेट्रो सिटीज के अंदर वो काम रात को करते हैं. एक बड़ा नंबर है, करोड़ों की संख्या में, और मुझे लगता है कि हमारा जो भी मैकेनिज्म है उसका रीडिजाइन करना चाहिए. कैसे कर सकते हैं वो एक बार देखना पड़ेगा. क्या होता है कि स्कीम्स बन जाती है और आजकल डिजिटल अप्रोच करनी पड़ती है उसको कर्मचारी, मतलब काम करने वाले भी, फोन वर्कर को, और समझना चाहिए कि वो कर पाएगा या नहीं कर पाएगा, उसकी पहुंच वहां तक पहुंचेगी नहीं पहुंचेगी. मुझे लगता है कि सरकार को सोचना चाहिए, उस जो भी मैकेनिज्म है उसको रीडिजाइन करना चाहिए, और जिसको आवश्यकता है हम बड़े बड़े भारत की सभी भाषाओं के अंदर ऐड देते हैं. बहुत सारी सरकार की स्कीम होती है, लेकिन जब उनके बीच में हम काम करने जाते हैं उन्हें पता ही नहीं होता कि वास्तव में वो स्कीम है. मेट्रो सिटीज के अंदर हो सकता है मालूम हो, आज गाँव का शहरीकरण हो रहा है. गाँव के अंदर आज से 10 साल पहले, 15 साल पहले एक नेचुरल ड्रेनेज सिस्टम होता था. आज वहां पर भी काम हो रहा है. बड़ी संख्या में वहां पर सैनिटरी वर्कर है और उसके लिए उसकी एज ए ट्रेड यूनियन हमारी जिम्मेदारी बिल्कुल है, बनती है, जितना कर सकते हैं कर रहे हैं, और आवश्यकता है. लेकिन सरकार को भी दूसरा एक चीज, ये जो बिल बिजनेस के नाम पर इंस्पेक्शन एकदम बंद कर दिए. मैं तो कहता हूँ कि जो समस्या बताई, जो मूवी के अंदर भी आई थी, फिल्म के अंदर आई थी, सैनिटरी ऑडिट होना चाहिए, सैनिटरी इंस्पेक्शन होना चाहिए, कुछ ना कुछ मैकेनिज्म डेवलप करना चाहिए. नहीं तो हम ऐसे चलते रहेंगे और ऐसी फिल्मों के अंदर ऐसे उदाहरण में बार बार देने पड़ेंगे.
आपके जो आपने कहा कि एज अ ट्रेड यूनियन, क्या आपके पास डेटाबेस है कि आपके साथ कितने वर्कर जुड़े हुए हैं? कैन दैट डेटाबेस we can also cross check whether they have been enumerated? If not, we can also see they can be brought under.
हमारे पास
ऐसा पूरे देश का तो नहीं कह सकते, लेकिन जो हमसे जुड़े हुए हैं, जो हमसे हमारे मतलब जो हमारे उनके माध्यम से हमसे एफिलिएट हैं, डायरेक्टर जुड़े, वो डाटाबेस है हमारे, डाटाबेस है हमारे पास। और जैसे मैंने बताया कि भारतीय मजदूर संघ 500 जिलों में काम है, और भारतीय मजदूर संघ की मेंबरशिप लगभग 3 करोड़ है। 3 करोड़ के एक बड़ा नंबर, वो लाखों में कहेंगे, करोड़ों में नहीं है। सैनिटरी वर्कर लाखों में हमारे साथ जुड़ा हुआ है।
और आपने जैसे कहा कि सिस्टम खड़ा करने की जरूरत है, जैसे बहुत सारे शहरों में कुछ ही शहर ऐसे शुरू हुए हैं जिसमें सुपर लाइन का शेड्यूल्ड इंस्पेक्शन होता है, शेड्यूल्ड क्लीनिंग होता है, कि उसका वेट नहीं करना होता है कि ये मैनुअल जब उभरेगा जब तो हम क्लीन करने के लिए भेजे, बट एक शेड्यूल्ड तरीके से कि दिस स्ट्रेच विल बी क्लीन एवरी एक्स नंबर ऑफ मंथ्स।
एग्जाम्पल देता हूँ, हम सब दिल्ली में रहते हैं। दिल्ली में आज सड़क बन रही है, कल टेलीफोन की लाइन पड़ेगी, परसों ऑप्टिकल फाइबर केबल की लाइन पड़ेगी, तो उसके बाद फिर तीसरी लाइन पड़ेगी, चौथी लाइन पड़ेगी, और फिर वो सारा का सारा, और उसका इंस्ट्रक्शन कब होगा? 3 साल में एक बार। हम देखते हैं मेन रोड के ऊपर डेट पड़ी होती है, लास्ट चेक डेट पड़ी होती है, उसके बीच में कौन कौन आकर के वहां पर चला गया पता नहीं होता। तो मेरे को लगता है मैकेनिज्म एक बार रीडिजाइन करना पड़ेगा, और आपस में जितनी हमारी एजेंसियां हैं, सिविक एजेंसी है, आपस में तालमेल की बहुत कमी है। मैं अपना सीवर कनेक्शन लेता हूं, मैं रोड कटिंग का चार्ज देता हूं, मैं रोड कटिंग कभी ठीक नहीं होती, नेक्स्ट टाइम जब सड़क बनती है तभी वो ठीक होती है। मुझे लगता है इन सब चीजों की प्रैक्टिकल एस्पेक्ट, व्यवहारिक जो एस्पेक्ट है, उसको देखने की जरूरत है। योजना सारी अच्छी बनती है, किसी पर कोई प्रश्न नहीं है, चाहे वो पॉलिटिकल बिल के लोग सरकार में बैठे हो, चाहे हमारे ब्यूरोक्रेट्स हो, किसी की उसमें दिक्कत नहीं, लेकिन प्रैक्टिकल वहां पर कुछ सीवर का जो कर्मचारी जब सीवर के अंदर खड़े होकर काम करता है, 1 घंटे उसके नंगे पैर वहां पर खड़े होते हैं, उसको कौन कौन सी बीमारी हो सकती है, उस मानविकता से हम नहीं सोचेंगे, तब तक हम उनके बारे में ठीक से नहीं कर पाएंगे। मुझे लगता है कि एक थोड़ी संवेदनशीलता की उसकी बहुत ज्यादा आवश्यकता है।
एसओपीज नहीं है, इन सभी की चीज के एसओपीज से लिखे हुए हैं।
मैंने कहा एसओपीज, जब वो सोच करके कि 1 घंटा खड़े उसको क्या कष्ट होता है, मेडिकल की किस प्रकार की आवश्यकता है। मैं एक एग्जाम्पल देता हूँ आपको, आप सर्वे कर सकते हैं, जितने सैनिटरी वर्कर हैं उनका जो आयु का जो है बहुत कम है। आप जाके देखें ना किसी, मतलब मैं देख रहा था जो पहला शोट तो बस्ती दिखाई थी, झुग्गी पड़ी हुई थी, और बहुत सारे तो ड्रेनेज सिस्टम जो पूरा मतलब शहर की सब गंदगी सफाई करता है, उसका ड्रेनेज सीधा नाले में गिरता है जाकर के, कैसी पोजिशन में रहता है। जब तक हम कोई भी पॉलिसी उस व्यक्ति के बारे में सोच करके, उसके दर्द का, उसकी संवेदना को एहसास करके नहीं बनाएंगे, तब तक नहीं बन सकता। और मुझे लगता है कि आज हम बस ऑक्सफोर्ड में पढ़ करके मतलब आकर के कोई स्कीम बना लें, ऐसा होता है। नीति आयोग के अंदर पहले पानी कमी सदा नीति आयोग है, सब बाहर से पढ़ करके आते हैं। मुझे लगता है कि भारत के स्कूलों में पढ़ने वाला वहां पर गिने चुने लोग होंगे। वहां का सिस्टम यहाँ का सिस्टम एकदम अलग है, उससे हम कंपेयर नहीं कर सकते। यहाँ के हिसाब से, यहाँ की सोच के हिसाब से, यहाँ की व्यक्ति की दर्द के हिसाब से हमें सोचना पड़ेगा।
बात की ट्रेनिंग, स्किलिंग, कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग की, विमेन वर्कर्स के लिए उनकी क्या वल्नरेबिलिटी, और उनके लिए ट्रेनिंग स्किलिंग क्या अलग से सोची जानी चाहिए, या कैन इट बी अलॉन्ग विद एवरीवन?
Women as a community are themselves are marginalized. कहीं पे भी आप देखेंगे women workers are marginalized. फिर जब वो sanitation वर्क में हो तो they are furthermore underprivileged, furthermore. और अब फिल्म में मैं कोट करना चाहूंगी, जब हम फिल्म देख रहे हैं तो उनकी एक अलग बस्ती है, एक स्लम है, मतलब दे आर नॉट इंक्लूसिव, है ना, सोसाइटी से हटा के हम उन्हें रखे हैं, है ना। और जब वो महिला है, महिला कर्मचारी है, महिला वर्कर है, वो लेडी का सबसे पहला स्टेटमेंट था कि मुझे डर लग रहा था कि एक ट्रक ड्राइवर, एक क्लीनर के साथ मैं जब जाऊंगी तो क्या होगा। दैट वाज हर फर्स्ट फियर, fear of sexual harassment, fear of violence at a workplace, fear of not having a safe workplace, and also they have unpaid labor. उनका अलग है, डोमेस्टिक वर्क उनको करना ही है, घरेलू काम काज करके आना है। पति वापस जाएगा तो बोलेगा कि तुम ट्रक ड्राइवर के साथ जा रही थी, जाती हो, दिन भर रहती हो, क्या करती हो। वो टॉर्चर उसका अलग है, एक अलग लेवल का है। थैंकफुली वो सब उतना उभर के नहीं आता है हर जगह पे। और जो जीरो फैटलिटीज की बात करते हैं, आई एग्री, लेकिन कैसे होगा? कोई शिकायतें आएंगी, कोई कंप्लेन करेगा, तब ना दिखेगा। nobody complains about it, nobody talks about it। उसके बाद उनकी वनरेबिलिटी और भी बढ़ जाती है, बिकॉज इट इज अ कास्ट डिस्क्रिमिनेशन इन दिस सेक्टर। एक बहुत बड़ा तादाद दलितों का है इस, मतलब वो महिला है और दलित है, तो आप सोचिए उसके ऊपर कितना ज्यादा उत्पीड़न की वो हो जाती है। और फोर्थली, जब वो घर से बाहर ही निकलती है तो उसके ऊपर और भी ज्यादा बंदिशें लगती हैं। एंड बिकॉज ये सारी महिलाएं जो है, मैं मुझे जितनी समझ में आई, वो उस प्रोजेक्ट में जो काम कर रही है महिला, वो मैक्सिमम आजकल वो प्राइवेट एजेंसीज भी हैं जो सरकार के इसमें जुड़ करके काम करते हैं। तो डाउन द सप्लाई चेन ये जो प्राइवेट एजेंसीज हैं, वो किस हद तक उनको ट्रेन कर रहे हैं, वो उनकी ट्रेनिंग में क्या सुविधाएं प्रदान कर रहे हैं, वो सुविधाएं क्या उस महिला वर्कर तक पहुंच रहा है, या सिर्फ वो पेन पेपर तक ही महदूद रह जा रहा है। दैट इज ऑल्सो वन वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग। Fourthly, which I would like to bring to the light, is that these women workers who become again from the huge informal workforce, इनकी तो कोई डेटाबेस है ही नहीं, पहली बात। और जब डेटाबेस नहीं है तो इनविजिबल है ये। एंड वंस व्हेन दे आर इनविजिबल, दे डू नॉट फाइंड प्लेस मैम इन द बजट। कोई भी काम सरकार भी करती है तो बजटिंग पहले होती है। एंड वंस they do not fall under the category of coming into the budget, they have no such formal amount or budget allocated for these women sanitation workers. So to bring the focus to the women sanitation workers who are in various stages, not only manual cleaning, but they are in medical hazards in hospitals, in schools, in down supply chain, in shipbreaking yards, in everywhere they are found. Na? So in such cases, what happens? They are usually neglected. They are not taken on board. They are also kept aside. And that's what we demand. वही हमारी भी यही हमेशा डिमांड रहती है कि सबसे पहले उनको एक सोशल सेफ्टी नेट के अंदर लिया जाए, उनके लिए सोशल सिक्योरिटी की बात की जाए। कब आप वेजेस की बात कर रहे थे, मेरे ख्याल से जहां तक ट्रेड यूनियन में 20-25 साल हमें भी हो गया है, उनको तो वेजेस की तो बात ही छोड़िए, कुछ लोगों को तो ऑनरेरियम पे काम करते हैं, दी सैनिटेशन वर्कर्स। यू मे अग्री टू मी मानगति, वो उनको वेजेस तो भूल जाइए, मिनिमम वेजेस भूल जाइए, दूर की बात है। दे वर्क ऑन ऑनरेरियम्स, दे आर नॉट पेड ओवर टाइम, उनके पास कोई सोशल सेफ्टी नेट नहीं है, कोई पेंशन का तो भूल जाइए, पीएफ भूल जाइए। तो फिर आप सोचिए कितनी भयावह स्थिति है विमेन वर्कर्स का, और खासकर वो सैनिटेशन वर्कर्स का। So this has to be taken on board, and yes, an empathetical ground is very much needed. I think last, I think concluding sentence, like if there is one action that all of us, institutions, governments, trade unions, can really collectively commit in the next 5 years, what would that one collective action? I would just request all of you to just say one very one line. What is that one collective action in the next 5 years?
So just to, because I'm a government representative, what ILO ma'am has said, that we are in our enumerating women workers also. And we have a data set of how many women workers are in the particular NAMASTE 1.0 started only with silver and tank workers. And we only focus on urban India. NAMASTE 2.0 is going to focus on rural India entirely. And it's also going to cover FSTP, STP workers. It's also going to cover drain cleaners. We have left out the community toilet cleaners from this NAMASTE 2.0, but whenever we take it further to NAMASTE 3.0, they will also be enumerated. So the enumeration exercise is, as you rightly said, is a dynamic one, and it will include various categories. Women are also being enumerated, and the data set also provides that although the caste angle has now depreciated, I would say, because most workers now are not just from the SC community, there are almost 34% of workers from the other caste also. So that whole profile of that it's a very casteist standard to the sanitation workers is now changing. We have workers from all the backward caste and the general caste who are also doing sanitation work. That is what our data is speaking to us. Of one particular sector, urban India sanitation workers for SSWs. That data is speaking to us. Almost 64% are from the SC community, but the others are so important. So that angle I just wanted to say because she had made this observation. And the data capturing is, as I said, is an ongoing exercise. So one thing which I would, as a government representative, focus is that my effort as somebody who's dealing with national policies in the sector would be to see that my entire sanitation ecosystem, right from the, which I already said in my earlier observations here, that the infrastructure has to improve first. There has to be a comprehensive city plan like what Anish said, that a road up ka bana, फिर optical fiber कभी और बना, sewage system नीचे कभी और बना. So there has to be a more comprehensive city planning, which is brought in. And just to address that, in my Namaste 2.0, I have made a provision in my scheme, which I have also budgeted, where we are going to have city planning structure in place, which will be emulated by other cities. So a model kind of city planning, how we should do. What is the AI regulating? So it's going to be some kind of a new sector where we are going to work. So at least there is a city plan. How do we, what is the estimating the urban population? How much, like he said, एक multi-story building बनी हो, food system से connected है कि नहीं अभी तक? Most of us, your system is still quite archaic, needs upgradation. So Mawa in their Amrut scheme and the SBM have confidence from this, and they are also pushing it. And we are only doing it as a small intervention for helping us design the city planning so that there is a comprehensive approach to the problem. And I would focus definitely on how to achieve the zero fatalities. That's one thing I'm going to, as somebody looking at the sector, that's one of my main focus, that there should not be any death for any worker at this point. The other things of dignity and of cleanliness, they are secondary. But our primary focus is that citizens should not access informal workers. Every worker who's enumerated with the Namaste ID formalized is the one that the citizens should access. There should be an ESM, there should be a helpline number, 144. Everything should be a dashboard for citizens to access the service. And all the PSSOs who are working in the sector with the private sanitary service operators, they should also be empaneled. And in the recently that along with Mahua, we have the model contracting system, we have devised that. So we are through our joint community from our side and from Mahua, we have impressed upon all the ULPs in the Gram Panchayat and rural bodies to please enforce this model contract. Just have your workers, give them social protection measures. Again, in Namaste 2.0, all the workers' profile are going to get this Jeevan Jyoti Bima Yojana. We're coming with life insurance. We're giving the PM Ajay cards. So health insurance, life insurance, accidental insurance, all these three gambles are being covered now in Namaste 2.0 for all the workers who are going to get kept. So the government is totally committed to this particular sector. It is doing what we think is right. That is, we need to give them life insurance, health insurance, accident insurance, minimum wages. We need to have the PSOs on board, model contracting to be enforced, all workers only with a valid Namaste ID cards to be utilized for these kind of sanitation.
Drawing from ma'am's words. So a couple of things which I think are low-hanging fruits which we can do is one is we are always buying and distributing PPE kits. So like when I was interacting with MD sir also of National Safari Karmachari, he was also asking me, are we distributing? Once we distribute to enforce and to encourage them to use it, even if it is a sweeper, I understand that the weather conditions in Tamil Nadu sometimes are not conducive for using it, but still to encourage is one thing I think collectively we can do. Another thing is, of course, the model contract enforcement, which we have to do between ULBs and the PSSO, and so that the social safety of the workers is ensured. And it has to come, I think, more from the national government and state government, larger push towards mechanization in this entire sector so that, we can completely address the problem of manpower. So these three things.
अगर जो जीरो फर्टिलिटी चाहिए तो कलेक्टिवली काम करना पड़ेगा, और जिसकी हम बात कर रहे हैं उसके साथ मिलकर के काम करना हो, उसके बिना संभव नहीं है। और बाकी जो मैम ने बताया सारी बातें हैं ही हैं, क्योंकि नहीं तो हम अलग अलग सोचते रहेंगे, अलग अलग होता रहेगा, और रिजल्ट कुल मिला करके वही जो देख रहे थे। तो कलेक्टिवली काम करेंगे, और जो बाकी बताया कि एक सिक्योरिटी नेट में आना ही चाहिए, और उसके परिवार को, बच्चों को, जो आज नजर आता है गांव के बाहर एक छोटी सी बस्ती होती है, वो किसकी, लोगों की। शहर के अंदर एक बस्ती जैसी लिखी, बॉम्बे हो, दिल्ली हो, मद्रास हो, कोलकाता हो, हर जगह ये हाल है। तो इससे बाहर कैसे आए, एक बार कलेक्टिवली मिलकर सोचना पड़ेगा, और जिनके लिए सोच रहे हैं उनके साथ मिलकर के सोचना पड़ेगा, उसके बिना संभव नहीं है।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल एकदम पूरी तरह से सहमत हूँ मैं जो मैम ने कहा, आपने कहा राइस पे, क्योंकि ये एक बहुत कलेक्टिव अप्रोच की जरूरत है। कानून बने हुए हैं कि इम्प्लीमेंटेशन पार्ट में हम वी आर लैगिंग बिहाइंड इन इम्प्लीमेंटेशन पार्ट, एंड देयर कम्स द रोल ऑफ एवरी स्टेक होल्डर। और जो सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट, जो मैं, चूंकि लेबर राइट्स पे काम करते हैं हम लोग, तो हमें वेजेस की बात तो सबसे पहले मेरे दिमाग में आता है, क्योंकि अगर उनको गरीबी रेखा से थोड़ा लेवल से ऊपर उठाना भी है तो उनको तनख्वाह तो देनी होगी ना। आप लेबर जितना एसेंशियल है, उनके राइट्स भी उतने ही जरूरी है हमारे लिए। तो उनके लिए वेजेस जो है उसके बारे में सीरियसली हमें सोचना होगा, और उसके लिए फिर वही इंस्पेक्शन वाला प्रोसेस आ जाता है। और वहां पे लेट्स join hands with all labor rights activists, the civil societies, government, because there are policies coming up, but somehow or the other we cannot ignore that those policies fail at the grassroots level because of lack of implementation or various other things that comes out. And it's not only a matter of labor rights, it's a constitutional right. It's a constitutional right of the labor, you know. It's the dignity of the labor. हम हमेशा बोलते हैं भारत में लोग जो बाहर से भी आते हैं उनको लगता है कि यहाँ पे तो चीप लेबर मिलता है. We are signing FTAs with so many US and EU and all because we have cheap labor. It's a disgrace for us, you know. क्यों हमारे मजदूर क्यों cheap है भाई? We have skills. हम skills हासिल करने, एक्वायर करने के लिए भी सक्षम है, and our people learn very fast. So let's not make our labor cheap. Let us give them a dignity, and trade unions and labor rights activists, workers organizations, civil society, with an umbrella of government, let's work together, join hands together, yes, to really come up with something which is achievable target, जिसके बारे में हम सोच सकते हैं, which we should be proud of, because ऐसा नहीं है कि हम आंखें मूंद करके, अभी भाई साहब वो कह रहे थे NHRC के सेक्रेटरी जनरल की, we cannot ignore, कितनी देर तक हम इग्नोर करेंगे एनआंशियस को, and we why not, why only transgenders, we are not talking about people with disabilities, वो भी एक ऐसा बहुत बड़ा तमका है जिसको हम नेग्लेक्ट कर देते हैं, और इन सब लोगों को ऑन बोर्ड लेना, और सही बात है उनके बीच में रहकर उनको साथ लेकर एक सम्मिलित वे में जब तक हम आगे नहीं बढ़ेंगे तो हम, मतलब पब्लिक अकाउंटेबिलिटी, what I want to say is public accountability, ये बहुत जरूरी है. तो from this today's consultation, let's take that let's join hands together, let's do brainstorming, let's bring every stakeholder on board, and we are there to come up, and let's have an accountability and to work down together with these words. Thank you so much.
So I have the privilege to start an conversation. Yes, so thank you. So, see, before going into this thing, actually, I must answer something which you asked in the last thing over here. I want to, clarify one thing. It is not that if you are going for some periodic maintenance and all those things, you cannot avoid this emergency things all at once, right? Even in developed countries also, you do have the manual entry. That's why actually Ministry of Social Justice, when they brought their pensional rules, they very clearly mentioned that for 5 conditions only you can allow the manual entry. But they are very clear that the manual entry should not be the hazardous one. That is the only condition. So that I just want to make it very clear. And to answer the question which you asked in the last round, see, we do have a mechanism for, not mechanism, I would say that SOP kind of thing. Eventually, you have to do the general maintenance twice a year, at least once before monsoon season. So that is everyone knows, all the technical persons knows that one. But the thing is, unfortunately, there will be some emergency situations that will be arising, for which you need the systems to be set up and put in place, right? And to answer your question during this round, already Madam has already answered, and I'm also from the government side. So our first thing is achieve zero fatalities. Be it 5 years, be it 1 year, be it 2 year, be it 10 years. Doesn't matter. Our main target is to achieve zero fatality. That is the thing. And from MOVA, for that actually we want to operationalize the ERSUs. As per the data which we have it right now, even we checked it with last year's sweat survey also, because this year's sweat survey just now it has started, so we don't have the data as such, but we have the data that has been filled by the cities and states. So last year, as per last year's reservation, about 75 to 80% of the cities, because this Council of Ministers, if I remember correctly, they asked the state government to set up the ERSU at district level as well as in the PS. One per district headquarters, district level, and one in the municipal corporations. So that is the thing. So out of that, we have achieved around 75 to 80% ERSU that has already been constituted. And as per the data which we have it right now with us, that is almost over 95%. But the question is how much of these are operationalized? So that is the main question. So our target is to achieve zero fatality through operationalizing the ERSs. Yes, thank you.
Thanks a lot. I think it is a big jigsaw puzzle that needs to come together, right? And I think with this, I'll open this to the audience if there are any questions to any of the panelists.
I just want the information because the benefits. Does this benefit go beyond the work whose needs skill? This family, this child, change his life, child's life. It should not be what his father has. Is there a kind of safeguard? Does a child go to a good school? Good school means good school. Or only we demand from this book, we will skill you, you do our job.
Yeah. So skilling is a part of the formalization of the sector. First is identification, and then second part is how do we skill them so that they work in a predictive environment in which they know exactly what they're doing. How were the rehabilitation measures for their families? That's also an aspect of the NAMASTE scheme where we are linking the children of those persons engaged in hazardous occupations to pre-metric scholarships and post-metric scholarships, which are offered by our ministry. The entire data set that which you've already captured NAMASTE has been sent to the pre-metric scholarship and post-metric scholarship for conversion and with them. So they will be given free scholarships to attend schools. So the education we are targeting. PMJ cards already covers the comprehensive health policy for the entire family. It's not just a household head or chief of the household. It's a comprehensive family and comprehensive policy for the entire family. So all the PMJ cards are there for all the members of the household also. So the government is also doing that. And we have not saturated that component to the full. We managed to only give to about 80% of those identified with PMJ cards or any of the state health insurance schemes. So they are being covered for health insurance as well, the family members. Also in the livelihood promotion. So scholarship schemes where we are building linkages, we're also building for livelihood. In livelihood, waste to wealth management projects. We are encouraging them to break away from the sector. And if they want to do some alternative occupations, then we have this component where they can come into the waste to wealth component, where they can do some kind of, for example, Lego breaks from the waste to wealth, or some other kind of enterprise to help them actually become an entrepreneur for us, and so that they are break away from this particular caste angle that you're trying to say. So, yeah, one more question last, yeah.
क्या है कि हम सारे एक्टर से बचने के लिए
अर्बन एरिया की बात कर रहे हैं, कहीं कहीं थोड़ा रूरल एरिया की बात भी कर रहे हैं, पर आज एक्चुअल प्रॉब्लम म्यूनसिपलिटी की बहुत कम है। ये जो RWA डेवलप हो गए आउट ऑफ द टाउन एरिया, और वहां ना पंचायत है ना म्यूनसिपलिटी है, वो RW वाले अपने ढंग से किसी को भी कॉन्ट्रैक्टर को बुलाते हैं, और कॉन्ट्रैक्टर जो है अनस्किल्ड इलिटरेट वर्कर को लेकर आता है और वहां दुर्घटना होती है, और वो रिपोर्ट भी नहीं होती। प्रॉब्लम क्या है कि वो रिपोर्ट भी होगी तो भी उस पर कोई कोई ध्यान जाए, वो रिपोर्ट भी नहीं, वहीं उसको मौके पर थोड़ा बात करके पुलिस स्टेशन दिस दैट लाख 2 लाख में दे करके वही मामला निपटा दिया जाता। दिस इज द बेसिक प्रॉब्लम। वहां ये जो कॉन्ट्रैक्ट सिस्टम है उस पर ध्यान देने की जरूरत है। दूसरा, आपने कहा कलेक्टिवली क्या कर सकते हैं, मैम ने बताया नमस्ते 20 एक्सेट्रा दिस दैट, उनके इस सारे एक्सरसाइज में ट्रेड यूनियन मूवमेंट कहाँ है? वो कोई त्रिपक्षीय ट्रिपटाइट बॉडी है क्या, या केवल गवर्नमेंट के कुछ ऑफिसर बैठ करके 20, 30, 40 उसी पर वर्क करते हैं? मैं केवल एक छोटा निवेदन करता हूँ, एक अनुभव बताता हूँ। एक बार हमारे यहाँ लद्दाख और ऊपर के आर्मी के लोगों ने मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ डिफेंस से कुछ सामान मांगा, हमको सेफ्टी के लिए ये चाहिए। वो फाइल ऊपर से नीचे, नीचे से ऊपर घूमती है, एक टेबल से दूसरी टेबल। जॉर्ज फर्नांडिस वाज डिफेंस मिनिस्टर, उन्होंने उन सारे ऑफिसर को कहा यार ऑन द स्पॉट चलते हैं। वहां जाकर के उनको कहा कि 1 हफ्ते में सारी रिपोर्ट बना करके सबमिट करो, गवर्नमेंट बाद में विचार करे। 1 हफ्ते में वो सारा सामान पहुंच गया जो उनकी रिक्वायरमेंट। तो हमारे ऑफिसर जो ये सारी प्लानिंग करते हैं, कभी ऑन द स्पॉट जाकर के मौका देखते हैं क्या, या अपने सब स्टाफ पर वो जो कहते हैं वो। इसलिए कई सारी चीजों में गंभीरता से मुझे लगता है विचार करने की जरूरत है, जो होता नहीं है, प्रैक्टिकल नहीं होता। हम रोज देखते हैं प्रैक्टिकल कुछ हो रहा है, थ्योरी में कुछ हो रहा है, उससे बचने की मुझे लगता है जरूरत।
So basically, your this one actually they are getting the manpower from the rural areas and all those things. That is why we actually focus on this ERCU's operationalization and all those things. So that includes your sewer entry professionals, and there is a bug has been fixed with the RSAs, that is Responsible Sanitation Authorities. And if anyone is employing anyone for the hazardous entry, then they were imprisoned. They can be imprisoned for some 10 years. I'm sorry. 2 years. 2 years and 5 years. 5 years. So up to 5 years with a fine or without fine, they can do it. So this is what actually we are stressing on the operationalization of the ERS. So this includes a complete mechanism. So there will be a head will be your district magistrate or the municipal commissioner who will be giving the authorization for the sewer entry professionals. And the sewer entry professionals will be very well trained and they will be equipped with the necessary equipments. It's not that only training will be given. Equipment should also be given, and then they should ensure that they are wearing those things also, because that responsibility has been given to the contractors. If someone is entering without any safety gears from that particular team, then the contractors or else the officers will be responsible for this thing, right? And before entering into the sewer network or septic tank for cleaning, they have to get the authorization from the RSA. So there is a set of procedure that is there, and then the main problem is actually you could not able to sensitize the public. So about this 14420 or any other number that has been proposed by the state government. So they are a little bit lagging. That is why, these people, what they are doing is they are actually going and they are getting that locally available labors, and they are actually letting into the septic tanks or sewer lines. I mean, nowadays, little cases are there, but we cannot, expect from 0 to 100 in a single day. can be a graded approach. We have to follow it, and slowly it will be eradicated, and hopefully within the next couple of years it will be done, I guess.
I think you're running really late. Can I ask? Request you to ask the question one-on-one later. Especially later. Yeah, later. Can you please have a you're really running?
I just added to the answer, not any question.
Maybe
Yeah,
later.
later.
Really sorry. Yeah.
Next
So,
session.
The next session, yeah. So thank you so much, everyone, for being here. Can you request please, Jamitos with I can request here also. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
So this is to come and moderate the next session.
Hey, good evening. Hello. This one. Thank you. We'll start the session two. I'd like to call upon Mamta Rani Naik, madam. She's the Joint Secretary and the Nodal Officer for Garima from the State Government of Odisha. She's a very senior state cadet officer and very passionate about the work that is happening under Garima, and a lot of good initiatives have happened under her leadership. So welcome, madam. I'd like to call upon Prabhat sir. Prabhat sir is in the NSKFTC, and Prabhat sir has really spearheaded this entire NAMASTE scheme, and under him, the NAMASTE 2.0 is now being thought about, where a lot of initiatives have taken place. And we hope to see NAMASTE 2.0 as the next thing for the sanitation workers. Next, I'd like to invite Dr. Oblesh. Dr. Oblesh, please. He's from Safai Karmachari Kavalu Samiti, and he's been doing a lot of work in Karnataka through their own peer network. I'd like to call upon Sujoy ji. Sujoy ji is from UNICEF, and he's done a lot of work in WASH specifically. So welcome, Sujoy. Next, I'd like to invite Vaishali. Vaishali is the National Project Coordinator from International Labour Organization, and her work focuses a lot on labor inclusion and worker welfare. And lastly, I'd like to call Beena ji. Beena ji is the General Secretary of the National Campaign on Dalit Human Rights, and she's been working a lot on issues of dignity, livelihood rights. So welcome all. Yeah, can I have it? Yes. So I know we are a little late session one, but I think it was a very interesting conversation there, and a lot of discussion. The session started has also been happening around training, capacity building, where everybody emphasized on the need for capacity building and training. And in most of the programs, it's always a good thought or a thought generally about training. So my very quick question to everyone, of 1 minute from each one of you would be to understand how capacity building is critical and for safe sanitation and moving towards zero wetland. So I just like to have very quick views on this and English before, please.
Uh, First, thanks for giving me opportunity and calling me from Karnataka. Yeah, the training for the sanitation workers, as of, because I am from the community, I am working with the community directly. Yeah, training is most important. Yeah, and also the lot of untrained and so far the in Karnataka 109 people were died while cleaning the backwoods. Majority of the people migrated to workers, unskilled people, untrained people, they have died in the STPs majorly. So here the training part is most important. Training is required actually. But only thing is how to give training, to whom to give training, who is going to organize the training. That is the one of the biggest important part. Because enumeration was not happened properly. Whom going to give the training? Who is the sanitation workers? Who is the core sanitation workers? Who is the identified manual scavengers? Who is the ULB supply कर्मचारी? This data is very much required, and ULBs or any organizations like civil societies need to do that activity. That was lack in the India Act, not only Karnataka, India Act. So, but training is most important. Training is essential actually. That I can tell.
We'll just pass on the mic.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, thank you. I think all my co-speakers will speak about home to training of sanitation workers. I don't think sanitation workers need training. Most of them know what they are doing. They're working for their lives. The people who need training are the people who are employing sanitation. The people who need training, I heard somebody people are who are working in the municipal departments and the Ministry of Drinking Water and Sanitation. They have absolutely no clue what sanitation workers do and what they need. So that is where sensitization, you can call it training, you can call it capacity building, you can do sensitization. We need to sensitize the managers and decision makers. And automatically the situation of the worker will.
So before I answer your question, I'd just like to say that the Ministry of Social Justice presented data in the Parliament a couple of months ago to say that 80% of people engaged in manual scavenging and sanitation work are from the Dalit, Adivasi, and OBC. So I beg to differ from the madam. I wish she was there, from their own data to say that. By saying just because there are people from the general category who are doing this work is not a caste-based occupation is a bit, because unless we look at the history of why they are actually doing, why do anybody in this room would like to get into a sewer, is something that we need to think about. And if we're talking about the law says prohibition. Nobody's talking about prohibition. I do understand that we need multi-pronged strategies of, once they're into that, like I agree with him. I don't think people who are going down manuals need training. I think training is who's sending them down those holes, who's sending them down to, kill. And why those people are choosing to do that is something that, so I think we have to look at caste as a very important aspect in this, because 80 to 90% are from the community. When we talk about prohibition, while I think that training, capacity, skilling, these are really beautiful words, and the government loves to use it. We all love to use it in the NGO sector as well. But I think we have to look very critically at, for example, there was a scheme for education of only children of sanitary work, which was taken away because they said that there is a post-metric and pre-metric. Now, pre-metric and post-metric are schemes that are for everyone, anybody who comes from the community. So, if there is a real political will that we don't want those children, and I myself have seen children of women who are engaged in manual scavenging in a village. I'm just saying where I visited in UP, the children were not allowed to sit in the classrooms.
So why would we talk about training and skilling when we have to think that what are we doing for the next generation? Do we want them to get them back into the sanitation work? Then if we don't want that, then what is it that we're doing? So let's remember that the Act very clearly and deliberately puts prohibition in the Act itself. So I think a little bit different from what others are saying, but I think it is important to look at why we need to start sending children to school, having, while I do understand that, again, multi-pronged strategy where we continue to have safe working condition. I don't know how safe it can be, but as safe as it can be, but ensure that the next generation also don't get into this.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, MC, for giving me the opportunity to share my views here. Being an implementing agency of Namaste on behalf of government, as you said, capacity building is very much important because we work with the sanitation, various types of sanitation workers, various categories of sanitation workers. We visit their bastis also. And training and capacity building, as we call, has come out from the stakeholders consultation of various NGOs, city managers, city planners, sanitation workers, sanitary inspector, trade unions. Everyone was part of this when the scheme was formulated. 2-3 stakeholders, collective stakeholders consultation has gone into it. So there is a provision in the Namaste for capacity building of not only the sanitation workers, even as the gentleman said, to the sanitary inspector, to the municipal corporation officers, we are doing capacity building of both of them because mechanization is very much essential. As you know, we have conducted various health checkup camps of the sanitation workers. We have organized health checkup camps in the bastis of these sanitation workers. As everyone knows that being fringe elements, they reside in some particular area, but particular colonies. So what we found that they are a productive age because of so many reasons, working in the confined space, absence of proper equipment, they suffer from the back pain. Then continuous exposure of these harmful or hazardous gases like methane, carbon dioxide, hydrogen sulfide, maybe in less quantities, but they are very lethal to the lungs. Their lungs capacity get damaged. Cortex get affected because demand for a spectacle. Because those are very costly spectacle frames and all, normally 3 to 4 thousand, even the cheapest one you buy. So we distribute free of cost to them during our sanitary camps. For their productive age is only 45 to 50 years. After 45 or 50 years, they are not able to do any work because their lungs get affected, their eyes get affected, their spinal cords get affected because of confined space entry and inadequate or improper machines and all. So capacity building is very much essential because even the PP kits we provide to them earlier, as we were discussing with while finalizing the specification, we were discussing with various stakeholders. They said that weather condition ऐसा होता है, गर्मी होती है, moisture होता है. So we visited the various BIS specifications, various textile manufacturers. So we wanted to use those type of fabrics for this coverall and all, reflective jackets and safety shoes also. There is breathability or moisture exchange of body moisture and body odor from the environment. The breathability of fabric has to be there so that no discomfort is caused to the sanitation worker. Even shoes, safety shoes should be the light materials. Earlier, the PVC or something like cheaper material were provided, but revised specification, we polyurethane soles, shoes with polyurethane soles we are providing, and in those soles we are providing a special type of Kevlar layer that is anti-tear or anti-cut or anti-pierce resistant, so that even the jump on the standing nails, their fit will not be getting damaged. So capacity building is very much essential to tell them about the importance and use of PP kit, to tell everyone, all the stakeholders, whether municipal corporation officials or the workers, what is the importance of safety precautions to be followed and what is the importance of machines to be used. Because as NHRC sir was telling that machines are there but they are not utilized. So how to bring the utility of those machines and how to make the machines more productive so that our sanitation workers' health and safety and dignity.
So bringing out a very important point. The age is about 15. That also, I agree to you, sir, yourself, but I think sensitization is something so just required, which is part of the training for them to understand. I think Odisha has done a lot of work in the training capacity building for sewer energy professionals for occupation and safety. You can throw some light on the models that you have really created in Odisha Urban Academy, how that has impacted the lives of sanitation workers.
Thank you so much. First of all, I'll thank to Raina sir that he has made such a beautiful film. And one scene pinched my heart. जहाँ पे that Shiva is saying कि उसका जो रस्सी था कोई पकड़ने वाला नहीं था, कोई पकड़ना नहीं चाहता था, जिसकी वजह से उसको मजबूरन एक क्योंकि अभी भी ये है कि हम लोग वो जो रस्सी यूज करते हैं उसको भी नहीं पकड़ रहे. How we ever patted their shoulder when they're cleaning our cities, when they're cleaning our road, जब हमारे टंकी साफ करते हैं कभी उनको थैंक यू बोले हैं क्या? सो यहाँ पे मेरे लिए सवाल ये है कि कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग हम लोग को जो सर्विस सीकर है, हम लोग ये ऑल आर सर्विस सीकर. विदाउट देम हमारी सिटी ना कभी हाइजीनिक हो पाएगा, नॉर इट कैन बी क्लीन सिटी, ना हम लोग दुनिया में सब बताते पाएंगे कि we are a very clean city, we are having a very clean countries, we are having a very clean states. So here the training is required for the service seekers, we people. For whom? For the service providers whom we are very deeply dependent on them. Deeply dependent on them. एक दिन अगर वो नहीं आ रहे हमारे, फॉर एग्जाम्पल सोचिए हमारा टंकी फुल हो गया, 1 घंटा अगर नहीं आ रहे तो व्हाट वी आर फीलिंग, हमारा हालात क्या हो जाता है. बट वी नेवर केयर फॉर देम, वी ऑलवेज ओवरलुक, वी ऑलवेज इग्नोर. सो आई थिंक इट्स combined responsibilities for the service seeker as well as the service provider. We have to extend our support to them. We all common citizen impact. Each and every human being. कभी हम लोगों ने रास्ते में जाते हुए रादर हम लोग नाक बंद कर देते हैं, अरे रुक जाओ, मेरे जाने के बाद उसको साफ करना. बट उसकी पीठ थपथपाते हुए कभी नहीं बोलेंगे थैंक यू भैया, आपकी वजह से हमारा सिटी साफ हो रहा है. That's the biggest challenge in fact. Everybody should think about it. This is one part. And the other part is, if I said about our Odisha government Garima Scheme, we all the Garima workers have been identified, all the Garima workers have been enumerated, and we keep on imparting training for them. Every, we first round training once is over. Then after some time, we think that some newcomers have come and joined in their work. So we used to again arrange some other training for the newcomers. And this is one part. And after the PPE kits and safety devices we received, what I found that some of the mechanized items, it's a bit difficult for the sanitation workers to use it. See, one trainer will go and train them. But when they practically, when they use it, it's a bit difficult. So we keep training them, handhold training, so that they can learn it very well. So we are continuing that. Thank you.
Thank you. I think when we're talking about sanitation work, so it's a very different way of doing, not only a classroom, but on hands, going to the field and working there, which gives them a lot of insight into. Especially coming back to you, you've done a lot of work in Bihar, and strengthen the ecosystem. Sorry, sanitation. Could just share us from there and what can be taken up at national level as some of the learnings since we are coming with 6.21 states also.
Maybe I would also like to add to your first question a bit. I think capacity building is very much required for all the stakeholders and also for the workers. Yes, definitely for the employers of sanitation workers, safety officers, sanitation supervisors, municipal officers, or local body officers who are taking care or supervising the sanitation workers. But we need to work also with the workers. Reason being, they suffer from few myth at workplaces. हम लोगों का जब एक interaction workers के साथ, we ask them how do you assess whether your workplace or whether going inside the manhole is safe or not. तो उन्होंने ये कहा कि माचिस का तीली चला के देखते हैं. But please understand, not all gases are inflammable. बहुत सारे ऐसे toxic gases है जिससे माचिस का तीली नहीं जलेगा. So they have this kind of misconception. So I think since to answer your question, I think capacity building of all the actors are equally important. And what kind of capacity building we need to do, that I draw from my Bihar's experience of working with Intuck and also very closely with NSKFDC. So with the partnership of Interkailu and NSKFDC, we had been able to identify 180 informal sanitation workers in the Patna municipality. And our observation while working with this particular sanitation community was that there are essentially four types of sanitation workers. One who is formally employed by the local body, who have all the PF, PSIC and other benefits of a formal sector employment. Second is those workers who are directly employed by the municipality or the local body, be it panchayat, on daily wage basis. The third one is the contract worker who is hired through a labor contractor. Okay, and this possibly is one of the most dangerous and vulnerable group of workers. Because of the risk we know that exists with the contract labor system in India. And the fourth, more important and maybe the most invisible group of workers, like BMS से जो सज्जन थे, उन्होंने कहा कि प्राइवेट हाउसहोल्ड्स या प्राइवेट ऑफिसेस जिनको एम्प्लॉय करते हैं वो टिपिकली म्यूनिसिपैलिटी द्वारा या म्यूनिसिपैलिटी सर्विस के लिए एम्प्लॉयड नहीं होते, बट दे ऑपरेट विद इन द municipal boundaries, right? So how do we cover all this four group of workers is the main question, and this is what I learned in my journey in ILO, working together with various trade unions and also with the government organization. तो ये इम्पोर्टेंट है कि ये समझना कि कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग एक्सरसाइज सभी के लिए एक जैसा नहीं होगा. ठीक है, तो ट्रेनिंग मॉड्यूल्स वुड बी डिफरेंट फॉर द वर्कर. जैसे प्रभात सर ने अभी बोला कि इट्स आल्सो नॉट अबाउट कि ये ऑक्युपेशनल सेफ्टी आपको प्रोसीड्यूर फॉलो करना है, यहाँ तक नहीं. हाउ कैन वी बिल्ड आवर ओन कैपेसिटी एज अ ऑर्गेनाइजेशन इन रिसर्च एंड डेवलपमेंट, worker friendly, weather friendly, material कैसे बन सकता है. This is also organizational capacity building or knowledge building in the sector. So that has been important. Second, हम लोगों ने ये क्या देखा कि जो प्राइवेट एजेंसीज है या तो सरकार उनसे काम लेती है या फिर जैसे हम लोगों का मतलब हम खुद एज अ हाउस होल्ड, we are also employees of sanitation workers in some way or the other. जो प्राइवेट सैनिटेशन कंपनीज या एजेंसीज का काम हम लेते हैं, अगर सरकार उसका काम ले रही है, सो इवन द टेंडर
makes it mandatory that they should have certain safety norms in place or minimum standards in place to be able to secure the tender. So that is a fair competition that the government tries to put in place. Unfortunately, however, this doesn't happen, and we know that. Like पेपर पे होता है हाँ उसके पास इतना सेफ्टी गियर्स है इतना वर्कर्स है जो ट्रेन है एक्सेट्रा एक्सेट्रा अनफॉर्चुनेटली देयर इज अ ह्यूज गैप there is a slip between the cup and the lip. तो ये सारे चीजें हमने देखा so it's very important to have some kind of orientation given to this the service providers etc. And हमने ये देखा लास्ट इम्पोर्टेंट पॉइंट जो ये है कि ये सिर्फ मतलब गवर्नमेंट का रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी नहीं है trade unions, workers organization need to reach out more to this vulnerable group of workers, which they are trying to do. There are some structural challenges. The workers themselves are very invisible. So ये एक joint collaborative action के तौर पे आना चाहिए. And yeah, this had been the main learnings through our journey. Harsh.
Uh, uh, we're talking about all this mechanization is companies for really zero safe sanitation world. Mechanization is the way to go for the future. NSKFDC has a lot of opportunities in terms of the NAMASTE scheme and how that can be promoted and what are the barriers to really get this pan-Indian report.
There are many such type of barriers because as you know, the more the municipality or any government sector operates on the tender basis and tender give preference to the L1 type of thing. And of course, we have model contract as Yogita was telling, model contract we have circulated to all. In the model contract, there is a provision for eligibility criteria that they should employ, they should have certain set of equipment, certain set of materials, certain set of PPE kits, and also they should employ all the workers who are enumerated and trained under the NAMASTE scheme. Only those workers should be employed because their capacity building is very much important. Then we have, as you said, we have a speaker from NHRC was already telling that we have machines, but we are not working. That machines are not used and not utilized. That is the main barriers because whenever we approach the municipal corporates, they simply say that we have required number of machines, but still the deaths are occurring. Just to change the work, improve the working conditions and push for the mechanization. Under NAMASTE scheme, around 50% capital subsidy is provided to the sanitation workers or the self-help groups who are engaged in the sanitation work. And also to the municipal contractors also we provide around 25% capital subsidy. Suppose the machine is of 40 lakhs, so we provide 10 lakhs capital subsidy to the municipal contractors also, so that they can procure the machine at the cheaper rate and utilize it for the cleaning operations. Because without machines actually is strictly prohibited. Cleaning is strictly prohibited. As the speaker from Mahua just before was telling, only in 4 conditions sewer or manhole entry is permissible. The first one is that if you want to connect old sewer from the new sewer, then only you can enter. Or your sewer has fallen inside the sewer line, it has broken and rusted and fallen inside the sewer line, then only you can enter. And the third is key, some for installation, some pumping arrangement, you have to enter the sewer. And fourth is someone has thrown C&D waste. Some people have mischievously thrown into that sewer. Only 4 conditions under these 4 conditions, and that has to be certified in written by the CEO of the municipal authority. Then only the entry or manual entry is permissible. Otherwise, all cleaning operation has to be done machines. So the barrier is, of course, the knowledge and of course the capacity building.
Thank you. When we talk about mechanization, even procuring machines for small municipalities is not easy. It's getting steady. Maintenance and all. We have done a lot of work in rural. So, what are your thoughts on urban-rural convergence in this process in terms of infrastructure and sanitation workers both? Because a lot of sanitation workers come from periphery areas who are living just outside the boundary, working in the municipal boundary. So how can this ecosystem be really strengthened, and some examples which you would have come across? So, what would have really helped?
Yeah, thanks. So, you answered the question. Actually, I must confess that we don't have much experience in urban. We have worked with urban management center and drawn them into rural sanitation. And I was hearing, like, saying, and Mr. Urban Development Officer also saying about four conditions in sewer systems. There are no sewer systems in rural areas. 65% of India's population stays in rural. There are no sewer systems. There are only septic tanks or there are big toilets. Septic tanks, according to the information from the Ministry of Jal Shakti, is almost 45% in India. That means if there are 180 million or 18 crore households, around 7.5 or 8 crore rural households have septic tanks. All these have been constructed. Some are old, but most of them have been constructed after the starting of the Swachh Bharat Mission. They're already 11, 12 years done. Many are filling up now. There is no empty system. There are no machines. There is no machine in panchayats. People have to enter. The entire policy of government is only for urban. There is nothing for rural. The Jal Shakti Mantralaya, and thanks to Urban Management Center again, we have done. This is a handbook which you helped us make. It took us 1 year to get the ministry to endorse this handbook for sanitation. Just asking the sanitation worker in rural area how he has to enter. It's in Hindi and multiple languages. Even this, the kind of rollout is very difficult. Now there is some movement. I could not attend the first session. Ms. Paratla is the ex-colleague. I've been asking him to call the Ministry of Jal Shakti and ask them, why are they allowing people to enter into a septic tank? This is the job of NHRC. But unfortunately, the Ministry of Jal Shakti does not talk to Ministry of Social Justice. NHRC does not talk to each other. It is not working. So the question is, I mean, my objective is not to highlight the issue, but I also try to bring solutions. You have to build capacities, and I absolutely agree with man. The people have, I mean, the workers have to be trained, obviously. This absolutely, I've seen it in MP also in Bhopal. I've seen people saying the same thing that हम लोग बोलते हैं ढक्कन मैच स्टिक फेंकते हैं अंदर अगर वो आग जलता है तो मतलब कुछ है गड़बड़ अगर नहीं जलता तो हम जाएंगे अंदर. But the question is that the supervisor or the employer or the contractor or the municipal there with him not MPs and example. No official has any clue in the district. बोला यार इशू क्या चीज है सर तो बोले देन आई इसमें यूनिट है जो ट्रेन है बोले इसके लिए क्या हमको आवेदन कलेक्टर साहब को करना पड़ेगा कलेक्टर हैज नो क्लू द कलेक्टर महिला थी आई डोंट वांट टू मेंशन द नेम शी सेज ये कहां है देन व्हेन आई मेंशन शी सेड सरकार किससे पूछना पड़ेगा पूछूं मैं म्युनिसिपल कलेक्टर से पूछा बोला हाँ कुछ आया तो था मैडम देखते हैं कौन था तो आई थिंक the concepts are good. Monitoring of implementation has to happen. You have to see whether funds are made available. सेसेप्टेड टैग में आपने पूछा गल पर मशीन टूल वो सॉलिडिफाई हो गया मतलब क्या होता है ज्यादातर व्हाट आई सी उसमें मोटर लगाया पंप लगाया एक तो ट्रैक्टर ट्रॉली ले गए अंदर गए ट्रैक्टर पंप लगाया पानी जो लिक्विड फॉर्म ओवर जो हैंगिंग उसको बाहर के उसके बाद जो हार्ड है गल पर मशीन आइदर डोंट हैव मशीन यू डोंट हैव एनी काइंड ऑफ ट्रेनिंग दो चार बार ट्राई करते हैं जरूर ऊपर से वो जो रॉड्स से मारते हैं then they go in. अगर किस्मत अच्छी है तो कुछ नहीं होगा द क्वेश्चन इज द पंचायत और द Swachh Bharat Mission Gramin at district level they do not have the they don't have the felt need to provide the equipment to the site. And these are sanitation workers that are working in panchayat. But I will mention good examples, two great examples. Rajasthan government has brought out a government order. I don't know how many of you know this. This is a rural. They have brought a government order and they have जॉब लिस्ट बनाई अगर पंचायत इन जॉब लिस्ट में कोई भी काम किसी से भी कराते हैं तो इतना अमाउंट उनको बताना पड़ेगा they have to pay one of the things somebody was mentioning payment नहीं होता somebody has to ensure the sanitation worker is given correct payment for the work so that they have done the other example I'll give is in Madhya Pradesh again that in a couple of areas the collectors have created employment opportunities for youth who are trained in sanitation work. And they are, I mean, when I was saying 80% in one caste, absolutely, I think maybe 80% is an underestimation in my feeling. But at least people who are doing the job should be trained, whichever caste they are from, and they should be told what 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 is needed to be done. And the thing I say is monitoring. Urban rural convergence, I don't know sanitation work में कितना हो रहा है. Fecal sludge treatment plant, plastic management units में we are hearing about convergence. Odisha is an example. Odisha ने FSTP में बहुत अच्छा काम किया है. Rural convergence नहीं है. कुछ convergence कोशिश कर रहे हैं लोग cluster बना के. But I think the urban rules should also be implemented in rural areas. Yeah.
So I think convergence is kind of key. Yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah.
The mechanization system part, the NSKFTC, which is implementing the the missions subsidy loan and all. That is one of the biggest mistake happened here in India because PEPFAR Act is saying prohibition, eradication, rehabilitation for the manual scavengers. So rehabilitation means not giving a subsidy loan. Rehabilitation means completely free providing the machines for the manual scavengers. Then only we can able to eradicate this system actually. So in India, we have a 58,000 manual scavengers identified. Why they have to pay the 50% of the amount for purchasing the machines? Who is going to give that 50% amount? Already 90% of the SC community people and banks are not willing to give any paisa for these people, but NSDFTC is giving only 50%. Another 50% who is going to give. So that's what they are not able to have the mission, they are not able to start the mechanized system actually. So this is one need to change actually. This is very important thing actually. So that is one actually. And also sir rightly said, in the rural area, after Swachh Bharat Mission 1 and Swachh Bharat Mission 2 came, there are lakhs of toilets have constructed. There is no any mechanized system actually because of the Swachh Bharat Mission toilet constructed lakhs. The manual scavenges was increased now because after 3 years, 4 years, the toilet is going to fill. Who is going to empty? That there is no any mandatory any guidelines for that actually. Still now there, sewer line is not there, FSTP is not there, STPs are not there in rural area. Somebody is have to clean. Who is going to clean? So now private sucking machines came very largely. The people who are having money, the people who are landlords, they are purchasing sucking machines and they are also recruiting the people, the Dalit community people. They are also not giving any minimum wage or any no safety, no security, nothing is there. So why can't NSK FTC can provide manual scavengers who are there, who are coming forward to take the machines, not all the people. For them, give the free because that is the rehabilitation.
So this leads to the question of livelihood. What sort of livelihood diversifications be very essential to break this interrelation.
So I'm very strategically placed in between, Prabhaji said that there's capacity systems. There is a great, I mean, the amount of investment that has gone and kids that nobody should be dying in this country. At one side, sir saying that, there are no systems in place. So, yes, I mean, I agree with a lot that has been said here, definitely. A lot of the burden, of course, lies in the public sector. The act itself says that, once somebody is, once a man is scavenging, suppose somebody who's identified has to get livelihood and all that's already mentioned in the act. But I think that a lot of what is said today, there is a huge gap in implementation. And who's going to build the gap? In a lot of times we have seen that private sector, like in Taj, I think in Delhi, there was a death a couple of years ago, a case that some of us took up. So who's going to tell them that, what are the systems that they need to follow? So I think 2, 3 strategies we would look at definitely, who want to totally, like he said, ultimately we want to eradicate manual scavenging, specifically because it is a caste-based occupation. We all agree. I don't think there'll be any much disagreement. So if those of them who want to get out of this, what is it that we can provide? As the Act says that there has to be training, skilling, and some kind of an option for them to go into. Then I think Sir also raised about children and education, like the next generation. Do we want them? I mean, I know a whole set of generation that are going to go into sanitation in any ways. So can we think of, having schemes and systems in place so that those children, specifically of sanitation workers, can get access to? Third, and that is what Ublesh sir said as well. We all come from the community, and it's funny. Somebody said general castes are doing this job. We have found many times where applications are sent by a general caste, but the job is being done by others. So I don't know if the data is really giving out the clarity that is there. But having said that, when somebody is supposed to go and clean the toilets or do, it's okay for a Dalit to do it. But when you're talking about mechanization, it's not okay for a Dalit to own that machine. So I think we need to really think about what the strategy should be, why is that we're not okay for Dalits to also become entrepreneurs? And that is so important and critical that we have to support that Dalits become. I remember that earlier, many years ago when I moved to Delhi, there were these cycle rickshaws. It's still there, but lesser now. And then the cycle rickshaws were mostly, driven or ridden. The people who were there using these cycle rickshaws were actually, mostly from OBC, Dalit, Adivasi group. But the moment the battery rickshaws came, it went to another domain. So we see that, so somewhere we still have that mindset that as Dalits, they cannot be out. So can we invest in ensuring that they can also become entrepreneurs and, continue to probably be in the sanitation sector, but with more dignity and with, becoming a business.
So, on that livelihood, Rashmi is here, UMC team lead. Actually, we have just initiated, as ma'am, SS ma'am, Musagani ma'am was saying, with Lighthouse Foundation. We have just, we're going to start a pilot on taking around 240 sanitation workers children and in 6 corporations and with a partnership with this Lighthouse Foundation. We are going to impart some foundation course of 20 days. From there, we want to counsel them by choice what type of profession they want. So accordingly, within these 28 days, we'll segregate all the sanitation children, sanitation workers children. And then after that, next course of action will be that if some children wants to go for higher studies, some wants to for any entrepreneurship. So we are planning to align them with any skilled organization or entrepreneurship that we are planning, and I hope to success. This 19 we are going to start it as a pilot, then we'll scale up in all other ULPs.
It's very interesting.
Going back to same subject. For manual scavenger, we already have a system in place. We provide a skill training for 3 to 4 months in the various courses like assistant tailor courses and beauty therapist courses and mobile handset repair drone technician. And during the training, they are provided training is provided free of cost to the all the identified manual scavengers and their dependents also. And during the training period, training is free of cost, and during the training period, they are provided stipend of 3,000 rupees per month. And after completion of the training, to take up if they want to take up some employment, so we are connecting with them to some private organization so that they are get employed. And if they want to set up their own enterprise, set up their own beauty parlor, set up their own mobile handset repair shop, we are providing finance to them. In that finance also, we are providing some 50% capital subsidy, and also that interest rate is very low, 6 to 7% of simple interest we are providing. So we are already into this, making them entrepreneur already there. And for the children, as we in the NAMASTE, the data of family members are being captured. And to them, that data, the eligible children of the sanitation worker, the data is automatically uploaded in the National Scholarship Portal so that they are eligible for pre-matric scholarship. If they are eligible, the pre-matric scholarship is provided to them. That is around 3,000 rupees per month. And if they are studying or staying in some hostel like that, so that scholarship is 8,000 rupees per month. And also post-matric scholarship is being provided to them. Now from in NAMASTE 2.0, which we are implementing in this financial cycle, means 2026 to 2031, even national overseas fellowship is being provided to them to take up higher studies in foreign.
So access to finance, I think, is very critical. Being a rights-based organization, it's a different perspective. I'll, in the interest of time, ask this question, but very quickly to suggest that under NAMASTE now, we don't do remuneration in rural areas for waste speakers and for sanitation workers. Very quick 2-3 learnings how this could be done and really facilitated a way across the board.
Yeah, I think it's an excellent initiative, and the fact that they decided to go rural also is very good. There are certain issues, as I said, rural it's not easy. There are 255,000 gram panchayats. Each gram panchayats have both sanitation workers which they employ, and then the unrecorded sanitation. It's absolutely a hard task. We had put in a proposal to the ministry to help with UMC again, that can we help build capacities at states up to field level, up to state level, to help them to upload the names, identify. It's not happening yet, but I think there will be a need for the government, both the central ministry and the state Panchayati Raj departments, work closely with the Ministry of Social Justice. I don't know what is the vertical of Minister of Social Justice in the states, but I assume it will be in the collectorate's office. But to get the information and to put it into the system, that hand-holding will be needed. I'm sure agencies who are working in the field will need to be identified who can do this. Yes, but it's something we need to do. I have one issue there. I think all sanitation workers are not being included still. For me, every person working on sanitation. So this work we did with other management sector, we identified 5 job roles. Unlike the 4 job roles which was been mentioned in the earlier section, the 5 job roles, one is the septic tank cleaner, the sweeper, the drain cleaner, the person who maintains community facilities. There's one more. The 5 job roles that we did, CTPT operators, that's yeah. So the 5 job roles, I think everybody should be included. I mean, if they are working on sanitation, possibly in the next phase,
But we are, in fact, we are in 15 states, USA, but we are looking for partner agencies to work with, help and support the state of Panchayati Raj Department.
It's excellent. So maybe come back to yes, yeah, okay, this issue. But in the interest of time, I'll just take a pause here. It's been a very interesting incident. I think we can go on for an entire day. It's really nice to see the perspective from the government, from the rights based organizations, from UNICEF and ILO. They bring a very different perspective and learning. So thank you everyone for enriching this session. And I'll just end up. Maybe we can take one question if anybody has, or we will. Yes.
थोड़ा सा मेरा क्वेश्चन है सर, क्या नमस्ते योजना के तहत बिजनेस कॉन्ट्रैक्टर्स है, क्या उनकी लिस्टिंग की गई कॉन्ट्रैक्टर्स है और क्या उनकी ट्रेनिंग भी दी गई? दूसरा, जो सीवर में घुसने का जो 4 कंडीशन आपने बताया, क्या सेप्टिक टैंक में घुसने के भी कोई कंडीशन है या फिर वही लागू?
सेप्टिक टैंक में घुसने के कंडीशंस तो नहीं है, उसमें घुसने के लिए अलाउड नहीं है, परमिशन परमिसिबल नहीं है, मशीन से ही वो करना है। क्योंकि सेप्टिक टैंक का दूसरा सिस्टम होता है कि उसमें हमें पंप नहीं डालना होता है, या ओल्ड सेप्टिक टैंक से न्यू सेप्टिक टैंक का कनेक्शन नहीं करना होता है, तो उसमें वो कंडीशन लागू नहीं होते। केवल सीवर सेप्टिक टैंक में घुसने के वो कंडीशन लागू होते हैं। सेप्टिक टैंक में तो घुसना अलाउड है ही नहीं है, ओनली मशीन से और विद प्रॉपर सेफ्टी प्रिकॉशन और प्रॉपर पीपी किट यूज करके ही क्लीन करना है। दूसरा, वो दिल्ली में जो कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग होती है, जब हम उनका म्युनिसिपल कॉर्पोरेशन का जब कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग वर्कशॉप करते हैं, तो उसमें सभी को बुलाते हैं, जो कॉन्ट्रैक्टर्स हैं या मार्केट वेलफेयर एसोसिएशन है, रेजिडेंट वेलफेयर एसोसिएशन है, होटल ओनर्स एसोसिएशन है, हॉस्पिटल एसोसिएशन है, जो भी जिनके यहाँ भी बड़ी बड़ी मतलब संस्थाएं हैं, उन सबके रिप्रेजेंटेटिव्स को बुलाते हैं। जब उनकी कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग करते हैं, उनको बताते हैं कि ये काम कैसे करना है, कैसे नहीं करना है, क्या क्या प्रॉपर सेफ्टी प्रिकॉशंस फॉलो करनी है, क्या क्या प्रॉपर किट्स पहनने, क्या क्या मशीन यूज करना, ये सब कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग के दौरान सारे कॉन्ट्रैक्टर्स और सारे रिप्रेजेंटेटिव, मार्केट वेलफेयर एसोसिएशन, होटल ओनर्स एसोसिएशन, सबको बुलाते हैं, इवन इंडस्ट्रियल एसोसिएशन को भी workshop.
Thank you, sir. Can we just have speaks for all the speakers? Thank you.
एक चीज और है, वो जो मोस्ट ऑफ द सेप्टिक टैंक्स हैं, जो उसमें IS 24701 कोड है, उसके हिसाब से बनने चाहिए, वो बनते नहीं है। उसमें वेंट पाइप लगा नहीं होता है। अगर वेंट पाइप भी नहीं लगा है, तो जब हम लोग जब जो सीवर वर्कर होता है, डिस्लजिंग ऑपरेटर होता है, उसकी कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग करते हैं, तो उनको बताते हैं कि आप ये एक बार चेक कर लेना, और अपने म्युनिसिपल कॉर्पोरेशन जिसके भी आप हो, उसको इन्फॉर्म कर देना कि ये 2470 के हिसाब से नहीं बना है, तो चाहे तो उसकी रिट्रोफिटिंग कर सकते हैं। दूसरा, सीवर लाइन में भी 150 मीटर टू 300 मीटर डिस्टेंस पे एक वेंट पाइप होना जरूरी है। बहुत जगह, मैक्सिमम मैंने तो बहुत ही कम जगह देखा है, को पता होगा, सीवर लाइन में भी वेंट पाइप नहीं होता। इवन 100 टू 300 मीटर्स पे एक वेंट पाइप होना होता है। वो लगभग 10 मीटर हाइट का होता है, ताकि उसकी जो स्मेल है ऊपर एटमॉस्फेयर में चले जाए, नीचे उसमें ना है। अगर वेंट पाइप भी प्रॉपर होगा, प्रॉपर तरीके से बनाया होगा, उसको प्रॉपर मेंटेन किया जाएगा, तो ये इस टाइप के डर हम अवॉइड कर सकते हैं।
Last one point which I would like to add कि देखिए, म्यूनिसिपैलिटी सर्विसेज या फिर लोकल बॉडी सर्विसेज जो है, लोकल बॉडीज का रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है, लेबर उनका रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है नहीं, वेरी वियर्ड। एंड फिर लेबर डिपार्टमेंट ये बोलेंगे कि सैनिटेशन वर्कर्स हमारा रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी नहीं है, यूएलबी का है। ठीक है, कुछ कुछ फिर आयुष्मान भारत का योजना मिलेगा आपको मिनिस्ट्री, हेल्थ मिनिस्ट्री से या हेल्थ डिपार्टमेंट से। तो we don't see enough convergence of conversation of the departments, and I think sanitation is one sector which actually sits across these departments, and I think that has been a very important learning। और जैसे सर ने बहुत important point highlight किया, I think मॉर्निंग में योगिता मैम भी बोल रहे थे, अर्बन इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर या रूरल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर अपडेटेड नहीं है, पतली सड़कें है, मशीन अंदर नहीं जा पाती है, जैसे शुजर सर ने बोला कि वो सारे अप्रूवल कौन देता है, टाउन एंड कंट्री प्लानिंग देती है। कभी टाउन एंड कंट्री प्लानिंग सोचा है जो हमारे जो सैनिटेशन वर्कर्स काम करेंगे वो सारे सिटीज में, रूरल एरियाज में, क्या उनके लिए क्या सहूलियत की चीजें होगी? सो देयर इज नॉट इनफ कॉन्वर्सेशन बिटवीन द डिपार्टमेंट व्हिच नीड्स टू हैपन। सो थैंक यू सो मच।
Yeah, very true. Yes, last one, that's she said very correctly. That is lack of coordination because in the state level, actually, sir, like SSPD is separate department, STC is a department, separate department, and housing and urban is separate department. All three working independently. That lack of coordination is there. But as far as sir said about this septic tank, I think there can be a third party audit, stringent audit should be there so that we can check it ki, where the lacking is there, then you can regularize it or correct it. So वो सब हो सकता है, मतलब क्योंकि ये लॉन्ग प्रोसेस है, उसको अगर थोड़ा सा ऑडिट किया जाए, थर्ड पार्टी ऑडिट, इससे बहुत सारे गैप्स फिल अप हो सकते हैं। थैंक यू सो मच।
Sure. Yeah.
With this, there's a lot of more work to happen. I think my key takeaway is कि बहुत सारा काम बाकी है, बहुत सारे stakeholders को साथ में लेके काम करना बाकी है. But yes, I think we're at least headed in the right direction, is what I'll just say. Thanks a lot for everybody who are here and who've stayed back so long. And also, we have a few participants online. Thank you so much. We'll continue the dialogue and we'll continue this, I think, cross-organizational discussions to take this forward. Thank you so much.
Yeah, we should stay that way. We should stay.